Framed underneath the snowy caps of the Chugach Mountains and Pioneer Peak in Palmer, Alaska, it's opening day for the Mat-Su Miners.
It's a day of firsts for the Mat-Su Miners.
It's deja vu all over again from Herman Brothers Field in Palmer, Alaska.
The Miners begin the official second half of the season.
Let's get ready for some midweek mayhem in the Mat-Su Valley.
It is good to be back in Palmer, Alaska.
Can it get any better than that for Mat-Su? The rally outside of the valley makes it an 8-5 game.
And the Miners have a wire-to-wire win here at Herman Brothers.
Vergara on his horse looking over his shoulder in right center.
He dives! Yes, he did! Here comes Vest. He rounds third base. The throw home, not in time. Cooper Vest scores the go-ahead run.
Sneaks behind Maltby. He can't find it. Run comes home. Tomerlin steals home.
A two-run shot for Steven Lancia. Welcome back to Palmer, Alaska.
And that ball is gone. Emilio Barreras, if you didn't know him, now you do.
The comeback kids stun the Glacier Pilots.
Mat-Su from the bottom of the valley is atop the mountain. It's a bright sunny day in Chugiak, Alaska, so no better weather for a doubleheader. 2 games, both of them 7 innings between the Miners and the Chinooks. With Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. Mat-Su and Chugiak were supposed to play on Tuesday in Palmer, but that game got rained out, so the Miners will act as a home squad for Game 1. The Chinooks will be the home squad for Game 2, because this is their ballpark here at Lee Jordan Field. And it's a hodgepodge mess at the top of the standings. 3 teams tied for first place. The Miners, the Glacier Pilots, and the Bucks. The Chinooks are in last, a game and a half out of a playoff spot behind the Oilers, 4.5 games out of first place. So with 8 games to go, these standings really could go any way, and Mat-Su is experiencing the same level of craziness with its bullpen. Down 2 left-handed starters, now they're calling on the relief arms to open up games. Ethan Lyke is on the hill for Game 1, making his second start of the year. Now, he has had multiple appearances, more than 3 innings pitching. He's had 2 5-inning relief appearances this season, and the best part for Lyke, he hasn't allowed a run in 16 1/3 innings. He's got a .230 earned run average, and that's really good considering how far it dropped. He hasn't allowed a run since June 23rd. It's July 22nd. He's going on almost a month without allowing an earned run. And his not unused to the Chinooks either. His last 3 appearances have come against Chugiak.
That's right, Jesse. He's been dominant all season, as you mentioned, and especially dominant against the Chinooks. His last 3 outings have come against this team. 10 innings total, 0 earned runs. That's a big reason why that ERA continues to plummet. He attacks the zone, he gets ground balls, he gets double plays, he doesn't mess around, and the coaching staff really wants him to continue to go those long innings, especially as a starter for the rest of the season. Look to see him go into the 5th inning today.
So it's good for Mat-Su to have Lyke starting the game because he's been so solid of late. Someone else is returning to the lineup. We're going to switch to the offense and talk about Maddox Haley. He hasn't played in 10 days. He's been one of the most solid hitters for Mat-Su this season as far as average, hitting at a .279 clip.
That's right, Jesse. That's the second best mark on the team behind Steven Lancia, who has a designated off day today. So Haley's return to lineup is much needed, and frankly, you know, the bats have been a little cold as of late, so Haley's a contact hitter. He laces singles in the left field, doubles in the left field, the gap as well. He struggled against Chugiak a little bit this season, batting average at 190, but I expect him to give a jolt to the rest of this lineup in the middle of the lineup today.
He does a good job of hitting those front door curveballs and driving them and pulling them, like you said, into left field. And he's been out for a week and a half because he suffered an ankle injury, 10 days ago, back on July 12th. Mat-Su had its own set of, not injuries, but hurt pride last night with a 9-5 loss to the Anchorage Bucks. It has first place so tied up. Let's take a look and a listen back to what happened last night in the crazy back and forth affair.
Love and embrace these last two games here in Palmer, Alaska. It's the second to last home game in the regular season for the Mat-Su Miners. And there's Cooper Vest, the BYU leadoff man tonight, the first time he's been in that spot since June 27th. There's his soon-to-be teammate in college, Cannon Daly, also making his second start against the Bucks. It's the Mat-Su Miners against the Anchorage Bucks alongside Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. One strike away from striking out the side. Daly's 2-2. Tags the inside corner. Oh, Cannon, what can't you do? Daly strikes out the side indeed. The payoff pitch, swing and a half-hearted miss. Turgeon completely fooled on that one. And Daly has his fourth punch-out of the game through an inning and a half. It's still scoreless here at Herman Brothers. Daly's 1-2, flung into left field. Racing towards the line is Vergara. He catches in foul territory. The runner goes, and he is home. Miles Smith sprints for the first run of the game. Anchorage strikes first off of that sacrifice fly from Jackson Sorensen. It's 1-0 Anchorage in the top of the third. Barreras has powered 2 homers on this season, both here at Herman Brothers Field. Has not homered against a non-Pilots team, though. The 1-1 drilled in a right center field this time towards the State Farm sign. Smith goes back to center fielder, makes the grab, crashing into the wall. Oh, Miles Smith robs extra base hits out of Emilio Barreras. And that's an unfortunate out number 1 for the Miners in the bottom of the third.
The 0-1. He swings, drives it right center field. Shallow in the gap. It's down for a hit. Tucker rounds third, chasing for the plate. The relay home. Not in time. Tie game. Emilio Barreras comes through with his 19th ribby of the year. There's 2 runners in scoring position for Vest. The 0-2. Watches a curveball in the dirt. Sneaks behind Maltby. He can't find it. Run comes home. Tomerlin steals home. 2-1 the Miners lead. Sebastian Tomerlin has stolen home for the second time this season. Barreras is on at third. That's how the first run of this campaign was scored. Sebastian Tomerlin in Game 1 against the Chinooks on June 5th swiped home for the first run of the season, and he does it again here. 2-1 Miners. 1-0. Vergara swings, rips it to third, and it eats him up! Hopped off his knee, Barreras scores! Pendergrass couldn't find it. It was his first time playing the infield in over a week, and he commits a botch. Vergara is on first. It's 3-1 Miners. Exactly. That brings up Steven Lancia. Runners on first and second. 3-1 Miners, bottom of the fourth. The pitch. The righty swings, drives into left field on the ground and through. Best rounds third. He's being waved home. Throw to the plate. Much too late. 4-1 Mat-Su. Boddicker on third. Har on second. Sorensen on first. The pitch. Swung on. Chipped out to short. Barreras fields on the hop. Throws to third. It's offline and through. Gets to the backstop. Lancia picks it up. Another run comes home. Tie game. Back at the plate. Shadoan lost the ball. Another run breaking for the plate. Lancia can't get to the ball. The Bucks score again. Runner breaks for third. Throw to the bag is not in time. A Little League triple and disaster strikes. Anchorage clears the bases without leaving the infield. Alex Pendergrass makes it to third base on a comedy of errors, although for Mat-Su it feels like a tragedy.
The pitch, cut on, laced to short. Barreras can't field it. It gets by him in the left field. Vergara's throw to home plate, not in time. Hoka scores from second base, and the Bucks have opened it up. It's 7-4 in the seventh. First pitch to Sorensen is plunked in the left field. Shallow. Vergara won't get there. It's in front of him. He throws to home plate. The throw is cut off. Another run scores to throw to third base. And Abear is out, but not after Anchorage scores its 8th run of the game. The Bucks have now scored 6 in the last 3 frames and have doubled up the Miners. Here we go. The payoff. Swung on. Hit to left field. Down the line. Hart
makes the grab near the line. Carpenter tags up. The throw won't get to home plate. And Landon Rogers' sacrifice fly has made this a 3-run game. It's 8-5 Anchorage. Nunez out of the stretch. Deals. Back up the middle. Could be a double play. That's one out there and another at first base. 6-4-3. Hokuff to Hebert to Sorensen. And the Bucks come back and win it here at Herman Brothers Field. Final score, Anchorage 9, Mat-Su 5. The Bucks now even with the Miners in the standings. Mat-Su drops its second straight game, facing a doubleheader in Chugiak tomorrow. Love and embrace these last 2 games here in Palmer, Alaska. It's the second to last home game in the regular season for the Mat-Su Miners. And there's Cooper Vest, the BYU leadoff man tonight, the first time he's been.
Apologies for technical difficulties earlier. We're back from Chugiak, Alaska. The first place Miners lead 1-0 over the last place Chinooks with Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. It's the bottom of the second inning. Maddox Haley back in the lineup after 10 days out with an ankle injury. He hits from the right side. He goes up against Logan Mance, the righty on the bump. Allowed 1 run in that first inning thanks to a Cooper Vest triple. Now he's got Haley. First pitch to the San Diego State product is a backdoor curveball for a strike. Haley bats at a 279 clip. Last time out he went 1 for 1 against the Bucks. The 0-1. Curveball blown away, called a strike again. Of course, that 1 for 1 only happened because he left the game with that injury after the first inning, after his first swing. 0-2, the pitch. He swings, chips it to the backstop, foul. And Austin, how big of a jump is Haley back into this lineup?
I mean, it's huge. This guy is one of the most consistent hitters in the order day in, day out. He was on a streak where he had a hit streak of about 8 or 9 games. He's huge.
That's right. 0-2 pitch. Waits on the fastball up high for a ball. Haley started off the season reaching base in 19 straight games. That ended during the Kenai road trip over July 4th, but that's strong. The 1-2, curveball swung on and fouled off to the left side. Whether it was a walk, a hit by pitch, however, any way he can safely reach base without anyone else recording and out on the play. He had 19 games like that. The season is only 40 games long.
Yeah, 39 for this team.
That is true. The 1-2, he swings and pops it foul over the right side.
And foul ball brought to you by Coho Contractors, LLC.
So Haley fends off a second 2-strike foul ball. Yes, Matsu did have one game get completely canceled, not postponed or anything, on account of rain. 1-2, curveball, misses up high. 77 miles per hour from Mance. It's a touch faster than what he started with on his breaking pitches, out at 75.
That's a huge take out of Haley. First live pitching he's seen in 10 days to have that take with 2 strikes.
2-2 pitch. Curveball low and away, misses. A full count for Haley. He hasn't played in a week and a half. He's got 10 walks this season, also 15 strikeouts. But whatever the outcome, good job of working this count. The 8th pitch of the at-bat, he swings, rips it down the right field line. That's fair! Just hugs the line, trickles into the Matsu bullpen. Haley jogging into second, the ball still puttering around on the warning track. Finally picked up and hurled to the infield. Maddox Haley, his first swing, back in the lineup, and he clobbers a double.
Yes. Great hit. And equally, same narrative story right there. He is hobbling around the base path. That was tough for him to get to second base.
I think he was more jogging because he didn't want to aggravate the ankle, but he was going slow. Anyone else, Maddox Haley on a normal day might have had 3 or even an inside the Parker on that. Braden Rogers comes up to the plate. The catcher hits from the right side. Haley on second. The pitch from Mance. He swings, pops it up, left field. That's carrying towards the wall. Not a lot of room for Callahan. He's at the fence, makes a scooping grab to his left. Haley retreats to second. Braden Rogers has 1 home run this season and almost eked out another, but not quite.
Yeah, Callahan raced back towards the wall, then meandered in a few steps, had enough room, but every hit, it seems like this game for Matsu has been a hard hit line drive or a long foul ball, long fly out.
That's right. Sebastian Tomerlin is Rogers' teammate at Central Arizona Community College. He hits from the left side. Mance readies, throws from the stretch. Tomerlin watches a fastball inside and low, ball 1. And that Rogers hit, there's not a lot of wind in Chugiak, but it picked up right during his swing, carrying out to left field. It started as a pop-up that had shortstop Tommy Rover looking for the ball, and it just kept going. 1-0 to Tomerlin, the pitch. He swings, drives it down the right field line. That's just foul! That's the 5th time in the last 2 weeks that we've seen Tomerlin take an inside pitch and rip it. But it's also the 5th time that it's gone foul.
I'll tell you what, Mance is fooling nobody in this lineup so far.
Yeah, Vest led off with that triple on a solid 6-pitch at-bat. Pereira drove him home. Now Haley's double. 1-1 for Tomerlin. 79-mile-per-hour curveball blown away is a ball. Tomerlin has struggled this season, batting at a 133 rate, 237 on-base percentage, but he had a hit yesterday. He went 1 for 4, scored a run thanks to some base-running ingenuity. The 2-1, fastball high above the belt for ball 3. Hitters count for Tomerlin. That's right. Tomerlin yesterday was dangling off a third when a pitch went low. The Bucks catcher, Dylan Maltby, couldn't find the ball, and Tomerlin pounced on his opportunity and scored. The 3-1. He swings, dribbles it foul off to the right side. Full count for Tomerlin. Strikeouts have been his main problem in 2023 with 23 Ks. He leads the minors in that category, and that's not a distinction you really want to hold as a batter. Full count. Haley on second, the pitch. He swings, drives it to the right side, and through to right field on the ground. Haley hobbles to third, and he'll stop there. Tomerlin chugs for second. Ball still going around, the throw to the base. Not in time. A diving play for Sebastian Tomerlin. He doubles on the shallow outfield grass, but Haley only holds at third.
Great piece of hitting by Tomerlin. Amazing out of him that he could stretch it to a double. But again, Haley is struggling to move on the base path.
Well, I think the attitude is for Matsu. You're giving Lancia a day off after more than 10 games played straight. You're running thin because you don't know who you're going to need in the bullpen. Just have Haley's bat and hope you can advance him. Here's Alex Thurston batting from the right side out of Valparaiso. First pitch to the second baseman. Front door curveball misses up high. 1-0 is the count for Thurston. Yesterday he went 1 for 4. He clobbered a double to the deepest part of the yard at Herman Brothers Field in Palmer, but nobody brought him around. The 1-0, he swings and pops it up over the backstop. 1-1 count. Matsu has runners on second and third with one away and a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning with Austin Barach on Jesse Cook. The Miners are the acting home team in the first leg of this doubleheader at Chugiak. This game is a replay of the rainout on Tuesday that was supposed to be played in Palmer. The pitch. Curveball at the top of the zone, 75 miles per hour for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Thurston. He's also struggled in the K column with 19 punch-outs at the bat. The 1-2. He swings and fouls it straight to the backstop. Thurston with a sharp shot right at us. Austin, the press box here is set up right behind home plate, so that came right at us. 1-2 remains the count for Thurston. Runners on second and third, 1 away. The pitch, curveball misses high and inside. 2-2 count. Austin, Thurston does a good job of staying alive, those Valpo guys.
He does. They have the approach with 2 strikes. They know how to make contact and keep a hit alive.
2-2. Curveball swung on. Clobbered to deep left field. Callahan looking back at the wall, feeling for the fence. He makes a grab on the warning track. Haley hobbling home. The relay to third. Tomerlin is in with a slide. Haley scores, and it's 2-0 Matsu. Alex Thurston flies a sacrifice to deep left field. He almost knocked it out of the park, but it does score a run. Haley scores. Tomerlin breaks into third.
If Chugiak had put that relay to home plate, they probably / might have gotten the literally hobbling Maddox Haley.
That's absolutely right, but a sac fly. First pitch to Caleb Hannes misses high and inside. The Valparaiso product comes to the plate with a .222 batting average on the season, the same as his predecessor and Valpo teammate Alex Thurston. The 1-0 misses high and inside. Caleb Hannes had been solid all season for Matsu, but recently has struggled. No hits in his last 3 games, most recently going 0 for 3 at the Glacier Pilots on Tuesday. 2 strikeouts in that contest. 2-0. He swings, rifles it into shallow left field right in front of Callahan. Tomerlin scores without a throw. Caleb Hannes is back. An RBI single, his first hit in 4 days.
What a beautiful swing and a line drive out of Hannes. The entire lineup is joining in on this line drive fest. It's a laser party.
The laser show brings up the top of the order, and Cooper Vest, who had a sharp shot of his own to lead off the Miners half of the game, had a triple throw over to first. Hannes is back with a head-first dive. Cooper Vest started off the game on the right note for Matsu, a team that hasn't won since Monday. He tripled, and Emilio Barreras brought him home on a ground out. Throw over to first again. Hannes back with a dive. It's an all-turf infield, so nobody's getting their jersey dirty, but you have to wonder about that AstroTurf burn.
Yeah, can't feel good.
First pitch to the lefty Vest. He watches a fastball inside for ball one. 3-0, the Miners lead in the bottom of the second inning. Runner on first, 2 away. Righty-lefty matchup. Mance from the stretch. Vest swings and skewers it foul off to the left side.
That foul ball brought to you by Napa, your Alaska-owned Napa Auto Parts.
Vest is second on this Miners roster in the RBI column with 17. He's got Caleb Hannes on first. 1-1. This is inside and low. Austin Young jumped up and picked it in on Vest's socks. 2-1 count. Mance is having some problems with control after the Miners' bats have started hitting him pretty well. Of his last 6 pitches, 4 of them have been out of the zone. 1 of them was clobbered. Throw over to first. Hannes back with a 2-handed dive.
You're right, Jesse. This has been undoubtedly the worst outing so far for Logan Mance.
I think it's safe to say that when he had only allowed 2 earned runs in previous outings. The 2-1. Vest swings, drives it down the right field line. It's got a great set of wheels on it, but it's foul by plenty. Cooper Vest is doing a good job of turning around on these pitches, just that he's doing it a second or 2 early.
Cooper Vest is launching these fastballs. I mean, nothing is fooling him in the slightest.
Runner on first, 2 away, 3-0 Miners. Bottom of the second. The pitch runs inside and plunks him on the thigh. Vest takes first with a hit by pitch, and there's runners on first and second with 2 away for Matsu, leading 3-0. That brings up Emilio Barreras. The rising sophomore at Grand Canyon already has an RBI today. He grounded out to second to bring around Vest in the first inning. Righty-lefty matchup. There's no action in the Chugiak bullpen. They're riding with Mance as long as he can go. Righty looks back at second, decides on home. The pitch. This is up high. Change up at 83 miles per hour. Didn't do him any justice. Ball 1.
Mance is looking at that plant area. Seems to not like what's going on there.
Well, it's an all-turf mound. The ABL has had problems. 1-0. This is high and away. This wouldn't be the first time that someone had an issue with a turf mound in Alaska. Normally the problem comes at Anchorage at Mulcahy Stadium, but not quite. Mound visit. Austin Young chugs out to the rubber to talk to his pitcher. That's everyone who goes out there, just pitcher and catcher. Young now trots back to the plate. Barreras signaled his 19th RBI yesterday, his 20th today. He leads the Miners in that category. Vest is second. He's on first. Hanna's on second. The 2-0. He swings, flies it to center field. Michael Kelly is there, charges in and makes a grab over his left shoulder. Matsu tacks on a pair and goes up 3-0 in the bottom of the second. We move on to the third. Chugiak with its 8-9 hitters coming up.
We've reached the top of the third inning here in Chugiak, Alaska. Ethan Lake still on the hill. Matsu up 3-0 after plating 2 runs in the bottom of the second inning. He faces Francis Segara right here. The righty batter swings and dribbles one to short. Barach fields it at his ankles and fires on a first in plenty of time for out number 1. The second consecutive inning where the leadoff man for the Chinooks has grounded out to short on the very first pitch of the inning.
Now at bat for your Chinooks, number 2, Mike Kelly.
Well, last we have picture. Lake deals to Kelly, and that dips below the knees for ball 1. So thank you for sticking with us amidst our technical difficulties today. Lake out of the windup, his 1-0, misses low again, it's 2-0. Kelly this season has been rising in the batting average department, a shade under 300. That's the second highest on the team at 295. The 2-0 runs high, it's ball 3.
And that tells you what the problem for the Chinooks is, that their batting as a team is so low.
Lake's 3-0. Catches the bottom of the zone. It's 3-1. And Kelly had a huge day last time the Chinooks were in action 2 days ago against the Bucks. He went 4 for 5 with 3 stolen bases. The pitch dips below the knees. A walk, the 11th on the season for Michael Kelly, and a runner is aboard with 1 away in the top of the third.
And the strange thing about that being a problem for Chugiak is that they're in last place with 2 players batting above 300. Matsu is in a tie for first with only 1 player batting above 300.
So here comes the leadoff man for Chugiak, Austin Young, the catcher from the right side. Runner goes. The pitch is called a ball to throw to second base. Not in time on the skip. And so Michael Kelly has his 11th stolen base of the season. He entered the game in 4th place in the ABL with 10. That'll bump him up for sure. So now Chugiak has a runner in scoring position, down 3-0 in the top of the third, 1 gone. Likes 1-0, fires home, and it misses alone outside, ball 2. Young is singled up the middle back in the top of the first, bringing that batting average up above 280 on the season. White checks the runner at second, kicks and fires, and it's a foul ball over us. 2-1 the count. Young was not in the lineup on Wednesday against the Bucks. The last time he played was July 18th against the Bucks. He went 2 for 4 with a double, an RBI, and a walk. Also scored twice. Likes 2-1 offering. Fastball stings the outside corner. Evening up the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good opportunity now for Young to really get his bat going. He already had that single to begin the game. If he can make good contact here.
The 2-2. Just misses low. Full count. Open upper appeals to first. Did not go around. Was barely a swing.
The Lake's fastball has been working well for him thus far. You might see him go back to that well high and inside for Young and catch him off guard.
Like the payoff. Misses outside on the fastball.
Ladies and gentlemen, that walk.
And Chugiak has runners at first and second with 1 away.
Now at bat for your Chinooks is number 25, Ryan Callahan.
So here comes the right-hand hitting Ryan Callahan, the left fielder. He represents the game-tying run in just the third inning. The pitch flared up towards right field. Carpenter works back a few steps, makes the grab. The runner from second tags, and he makes his way to third base in plenty of time. Runners at the corners, but with 2 outs now.
Now at bat for your Chinooks, it's number 1, Ryan Leonasio.
So here comes Ryan Leonasia. He singled his first time up, bringing up that batting average that began the day at 305. Runner to the corner, 2 gone. Top of the third, Matsu up 3-0. Likes pitch, misses low on the fastball. Leonasia has had multi-hit games in 6 of his last 13 outings. And he's already got 1 hit today in this 7-inning doubleheader. The pitch, roped in the left field. Vergara won't get there. Hops in front of him. He misplays it, and it's now behind him. 1 run scores. Young stops at third base. The throw goes there. Not in time on the relay, as Leonasia grabs second base on that relay. So it's now a 3-1 ball game, and Leonasia now has his 7th multi-hit game in the last 14.
Number 15, Ryan Matheson.
So now Chugiak in a 2-out rally. Pair of runners in scoring position for Ryan Matheson. They trail 3-1 top of third. Likes pitch. Cranked on the ground. Foul towards the Chugiak dugouts. Matheson, a rising junior out of Masters University, hails out of Los Gatos, California. Like out of the stretch. The southpaw deals. Low, around the ankle level. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matheson. You might remember Matheson as the pitcher who failed to make the save last time these two teams squared off 9 days ago right here in Chugiak. The pitch. Thought about it, but called a ball just above the zone. Good eye by Matheson, and he's ahead in the count, 2-1. Fielders playing straight up. Barach actually shading towards third base. The pitch, swing and a miss in the turf. 2-2 the count. Matheson hit into a 5-4-3 double play back in the first inning. 1 of 2 that the Miners have spun already. Here's just the top of the third. Likes 2-2. Skips in the turf again, stopped by Braden Rogers. Bring up another full count.
Well, the goal to become a starter is that you have to attack the zone, so Like needs to bring something probably on the inside half here.
The payoff pitch. Skips in the turf. Young thought about it. Now he goes back to third base. Rogers able to scamper to the ball just in time. But the bases are loaded for the Chinooks with 2 outs.
Well, now you got Tommy Rover. He grounded out last time. He does a lot of that, so play into that. Throw something low if you're Like, and make him entice him. Make him swing.
Here comes Steve Hecker and Emilio Barreras and Braden Rogers to chat with the starter, Ethan Like, in his 2nd start of the season. Big spot right here. All the momentum was with Matsu after the first 2 innings, up 3-0. Chugiak answers with 1 already in this top of third and has the bases loaded with 2 gone. The inning began with a groundout from Cigar, then Mike Kelly earned a walk. Austin Young earned a walk as well. Callahan flied out to right that advanced the runner to third base, and then Ryan Leonasia pummeled a double that scored a run. So here we are. Tommy Rover, bases juiced, 2 gone. 3-1 the lead for Matsu in the top of the third. Rover has 6 extra base hits on the season. Likes pitch. Swung on, flared into right field. Carpenter ranges backwards and makes the backhand catch just below his head for the 3rd out of the inning. Rover gives it a bit of a ride, but Like gets out of this. Chugiak scores once after 2.5. It's a 3-1 lead, and we will keep it here for today's Pickaxe Pickle.
Well, it's a doubleheader. We'll have 2 Pickaxe Pickles.
That's
one
right.
in game 1, one in game 2. And the question, and we'll answer this in the 5th inning, is no one has ever accomplished this feat in 1 game, but it has happened twice in 1 day. In a doubleheader on May 2nd, 1954, Stan Musial did something unusual that Nate Colbert repeated on August 1st, 1972. What was this unique doubleheader achievement? We'll have that answer later on in the game in the 5th inning.
Our third red ticket winner is 89449.
Logan Mance still on the hill for the Chinooks.
8944950.
He set the deal with Alex Vergara, Caden Carpenter, and Maddox Haley, 3-4-5 in Ty LeBrun's lineup today. Of course, normally you'll see Steven Lancia there in the cleanup spot, but he's got the designated day off. Brendan Rodgers in line to catch both 7-inning doubleheaders today. Of course, Monday's doubleheader against the Oilers went more than 14 combined innings as the Oilers took game 1 of that pairing 0-0 in the top of the 9th. That was when the Oilers were the designated home team playing on the road. Here the Miners are the designated home team playing in Chugiak. There we go. Righty Lance, righty Vergara, bottom of the 3rd. Miners up 3-1 alongside Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. Lance's first pitch runs outside, ball 1. Vergara, a rising senior out of Lipscomb, began the day batting .255. The pitch, called a strike on the outside corner. Vergara went 0 for 3 yesterday with a pair of walks. In fact, he's in a bit of a rut right now. He's been hitless in 3 of his last 4 starts. The pitch, pummeled in a left field. Callahan ranging at the wall and makes the grab in front of the Buckle Up, Arrive Alive sign in deep left field. Another long fly out for this Matsu lineup.
Well, Vergara saw the ball really well, and he has struggled of late with those front door curves, so it is a promising sign for Matsu to see him turn around on one inside.
It's the second fly out to left today for Vergara, and it brings up Caden Carpenter with one away in the bottom of the 3rd. He swings and belts one into right field. Duran, near the track, makes the grab. 2 long flyouts to begin the bottom of the 3rd. Now it's up to Maddox Haley to keep the inning alive.
Now coming up to bat for the Miners, number 23, Maddox Haley.
So Vergara sent 2 long flyouts to left, and Carpenter has now sent 2 long flyouts to right. And it brings up Maddox Haley, who doubled his first time up down that first base line. But as we've noted, he's still hobbling when he runs. Lance's pitch to him. Breaking ball catches the inner half of the zone for strike 1. Haley, a rising sophomore out of SDSU, and he swings and pops one up. Out of play. It's quickly 0-2.
Brought to you by Northwest Carpet Company.
It's new to see Haley put the ball down the right field line. Normally, he's clawing it to the left side. That double was the first time he had an extra base hit to opposite field.
And that was his first extra base hit against Chugiak as he bounces one to short. Rover catches it, has a soft toe throw that's bobbled. Beck cannot make the scoop, and Maddox Haley hobbling down the line gets first base. I think Rover purposely did not throw a fastball to first because he knew he had time to get Haley, and honestly that messed him up because the throw was low and Beck couldn't make the play.
Yeah, that's a tough look for Chugiak. You let the guy who can't run beat a play at first.
You do not see that every day. And so with a runner aboard and Haley with a small lead at first base, it's Brendan Rodgers up. The catcher takes a strike, catching the bottom of the zone. Jesse, I'd bet a lot of money that Maddox Haley is not a stealing threat right now.
You might be right.
The 0-1 swung on, hit to the third base coach, Kyle Watson, grabs it cleanly with his right hand and tosses it back with the left. 0-2 the count to Braden, who flied out to left his first time up. He also sent it for a ride. Mantis 0-2, fastball had some tail to it, but spins upstairs, ball 1. 1 on, 2 outs. Matsu up 3-1 in the bottom of the 3rd. Mance's 1-2. Fouled off again on a chopper down the third base line. Mance trying to get out of the inning. He fires home. The curveball misses up. 2-2 the count. Braden is now 5 for 22 against Chugiak this season. That's about a .230 batting average. The pitch home. He stays alive, fouling it off of the catcher Austin Young. So his average against the Chinooks is about his average overall on the season. Braden does not like facing the Anchorage teams. 118 against the Bucks and 133 against the Pilots. Mance is 2-2, clobbered in the left field. Another long one. Callahan looks up, reaches, and he does not make the grab. It's against the wall. Maddox stops at third base on that hobble, and Brandon Rogers has himself a stand-up double. The inning stays alive. Everybody is hitting moonshots in the yard against Logan Mance.
Yeah, warning track power for Matsu thus far, and it's almost unfortunate for Haley that he's got to run because he's very clearly not comfortable on the bases, and he scored in the first after a very arduous journey around the bags, and there he gets sent 2 bases after having to leg out an infield play.
So here comes the left-hand hitting Sebastian Timerlin. He doubled back in the second inning, and he smokes one in the shallow center field. Kelly comes on and makes the grab in shallow outfield for out number 3. Matsu strands 2 in scoring position, and we head to the 4th inning. Miners on top, 3-1. We'll be right back.
Winner of the evening, go ahead and make your way to the gear tent.
We're back in Chugiak, Alaska. To my left is Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. Ethan Lake back on the bump for Ty LeBrun. He's pitched 3 innings so far, allowed 1 earned run. Matsu is on top, 3-1. And the lefty out of Murray State is about to face 6, 7, and 8 in the Chinooks order. Ty Beck, Kevin Durant, and Francis Cigar. Lefty, righty, righty for Lake. So far in this game, and this is shocking. This is frankly shocking. There have been 0 strikeouts. Neither side has had a punch out. That feels almost unbelievable as we enter the 4th inning. So lefty-lefty matchup right here. Lake versus Beck. Beck singled his first time up, and he takes a pitch for a strike framed on the outside corner. The 0-1. Swing a foul tip for strike 2. Lake Well, his 7 consecutive outings without allowing an earned run, that streak has now snapped. But, of course, there will be an asterisk because by necessity he is a starter now and for the rest of the season with the departures of Ace Whitehead and Grant Richardson. Like so, too. Foul tipped. Stays alive off of the face mask of Rogers. Beck, the big lefty, out of Masters University, standing at 6'3". He's a rising sophomore there. Like out of the windup, the pitch. Curveball. Roped foul on the ground. Remains 0-2. Fielders playing straight up for Ty Beck. The 0-2. Swing and a miss in the dirt. Rogers collects it, throws on the first, and that marks the first strikeout of the game, 1 away in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, great put-away pitch for Like. Normally, strikeouts are not his issue, but it is a blessing in disguise that he is attacking batters. That means that they are putting the ball in play more often than not.
Like now on the season, 25 strikeouts to just 13 walks. A strong ratio right there. First pitch to Duran. Fires it in on a strike, catching the bottom of the zone. 0-1 to him. Duran hit into a 6-4-3 double play to end the second inning his first time up. The 0-1 misses high and outside, evening up the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1. Roped in the right field on a line. No chance for Thurston, and Duran has himself a single 1-on with 1 away in the top of the 4th.
Now at bat for your Chinooks is number 10. Let's go ahead and Francis Segura.
So here comes Francis Segura. He has fewer than 20 at-bats on the season. First pitch to him in the turf, ball 1. He grounded out to short his first time up. He did not play between the dates of June 9th and June 27th. Light checks first base. Duran back without a slide. Duran on the season has been caught stealing 3 times. He's 2 for 5. He was also caught stealing in the last matchup against Matsu 9 days ago. Likes pitch. Back up the middle, through the hole, past a diving Barach. Duran rounds second aggressively and has to work back to the bag. Runners at first and second with 1 out.
Well, now the job for Michael Kelly is keep peppering this defense. Like might want to think about throwing up high to him. He's not a guy with a whole lot of power, so that can force him to pop out. And Chugiak is doing their damage with the ball on the ground in this inning.
That's right. Middle infield and double play depth. Thurston at second. Barreras at short. 1 gone, 2 on. 3-1 lead for Matsu. The pitch. Tags the outside corner. Strike 1. Kelly worked a walk back in the 3rd. He would steal a base, his 11th of the season. And he would score on Leonasia's double. The pitch. A strike in the outside corner again. 0-2 the count to Kelly. Like checks second. Kicks and fires home the pitch. Back up the middle. Fielded by Like. The throw on a short. That's an out. The throw to first base. He's safe there. Like gets 1 runner. There are now 2 outs with runners at the corners.
Ladies and gentlemen, now at bat for your Chinooks is number 12, Austin Young.
Duran at 3rd. Kelly at first. 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Matsu up 3-1. Like to Young, the runner goes. The ball is in the turf. That's an easy steal for Kelly. Classic first and third situation, Rogers probably wouldn't have thrown down anyway. So Kelly has his second stolen base of the game, and there were 2 runners in scoring position for Austin Young, leadoff man. The 1-0 misses just low. It's 2-0. Young has reached base both times today, singled in the first and walked in the third. That's his 25th walk of the season, creeping up on Caden Carpenter, who leads the ABL in base on balls. A 2-0, pummeled right to us. And this time, congratulations, folks. The camera stays intact. The 2-1 count. Just 5 extra base hits on the season for Young. The 2-1 from Like, curveball misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike to him. Young began the day batting .333 against this team, 9 hits and 27 at-bats. The 3-1 from Like, just off the edge of the plate in the outside corner. And for the second time today, the bases are loaded for Chugiak.
This is where Matsu has found its problems all season, is having trouble when it gets late in an inning throwing strikes. Just attack the zone, let them hit the ball, and trust your defense.
Well, this guy right here, the right-hand batting Ryan Callahan, has hit the ball into the outfield both times, but both for flyouts. He's 0 for 2 in the day. Like's first pitch to him grabs the outside corner for strike 1. Callahan in the 2-hole has 31 base hits this season, but only 4 of them are extra base hits. The 0-1. Hit on the ground to short. Barreras makes the play, the throw to first base, just in time. Got him by half a stride. Chugiak cannot believe it. But Ethan Like and company are out of a bases full jam. Wow. After 3.5, the Miners still lead it 3-1 with Thurston, Hannes, and Vest due up. We'll be right back. We've reached the bottom half of the 4th inning. Alex Thurston, Caleb Hannes, and Cooper Vest due up. Logan Mance still on the hill for Chugiak. He's been hit pretty hard today so far, but only allowed 3 runs through 3 innings. The first pitch up and in for ball 1. Thurston had a sacrifice fly for an RBI back in the 2nd inning. That scored a hobbling Maddox Haley. The 1-0. Called a strike. Thurston thought about swinging, did not go.
He has been much better with his decision making at the plate, much more powerful on inside pitches, and he started out the season really favoring the other side of the plate.
1-1 misses upstairs on the breaking ball. 2-1 the count.
The double yesterday, the sac fly today, he had a near home run the other day as well. It's all really promising for Thurston, who struggled in the early half of the season.
2-1. Misses up high again. 3 balls, 1 strike. Thurston has become a viable option here for Tyler Braun. He had that stretch of starts out of necessity with Emilio Barrera sidelined with a back injury. He played well in those games, and he pops one up right here. Left side of the infield, Matheson ranges in. And the third baseman makes the grab in the shadows near the Chugiak dugout for out number 1. One away in the bottom of the 4th. And here is Caleb Hannes, who smoked a single for an RBI to left field back in the 2nd inning. Hannes had the day off yesterday, and he smoked one to left field again. Callahan looks up, he's at the fence, and he looks over, it's a home run! Caleb Hannes has his first official dinger this summer. He had one in an exhibition game about a month ago. And the Hot Bats keep dominating against Logan Mance. It's a 4-1 game.
And as someone who needed that jump, he had gone 3 games without a hit. Now he's 2 for 2 with a pair of RBIs, one of them coming off of a dinger.
Number 17, Cooper Best.
Wow. That felt due. I mean, think about all the flyouts to the warning track today. Vest, the leadoff man, takes a ball inside. Vest has had a couple of moonshots that were fouls, or that triple back in the first, just missed a home run by about a few feet. This order has definitely stung the ball today. The 1-0 misses inside on a front door curveball. I mean, Jesse, there could honestly be 3, 4, 5 home runs at this point.
Austin, you're absolutely right. These guys are putting the ball at the warning track.
The 2-0 swung on, hit sharply on the ground, and just fouled on the first base line. 2 balls, 1 strike to Cooper Vest. Mance peering in, dangling that right arm. It's been his worst outing of the season. Hadn't allowed more than 2 earned runs in his previous 4 outings. The 2-1 way up and out of the zone. Again, it's his first start of the season. On the other side, it's Ethan Lake's second start in Game 2 today. Will Rizzo for the Miners is set to start his first game in a year. The 3-1 to Vest popped up. Leonasia, the second baseman, calls for it and makes the grab in shallow right field for out number 2. So 2 away in the bottom of the 4th. And it brings up the left-hand hitting Emilio Barreras. Beginning the day batting .278. First pitch to him. Breaking ball misses outside, ball 1. Barreras, a rising sophomore out of GCU. His teammate Grant Rickerton left 2 nights ago. The 1-0 roped into the gap in right center field. That's down for a base hit. Duran, the right fielder, scoops it up and throws in, limiting it to a single. But Barreras continues to just line the ball all over the field this season, and he's on with a single.
Now batting for the Miners, number 16, Alex Vergara.
This team has just been teeing off of Logan Mance this afternoon in the first leg of today's doubleheader. And you don't want to see this guy if you're Logan Mance. Alex Vergara has taken it to deep left field both times up today. Pops one up on the first pitch. He sees out of play, strike 1. Vergara, as we've alluded to, is tied for the league high with 3 home runs this season.
He could stand to flatten out his swing a little bit
because both of his plays have been flyouts.
Runner goes on the. Barach takes second base as the pickoff attempt goes by the first baseman, Ty Beck. Could not squeeze it. And Logan Mance's rough outing continues. Runner in scoring position with 2 away in the bottom of the fourth. Miners up 4-1.
Yeah, it looked like the ball just clipped through his glove.
So Vergara with 14 RBIs on the year has a runner in scoring position. Mance checks second. Long stare there. Goes home. Popped up. The shortstop, Rover, in shallow center field. Nobody knows what to do. The ball drops. Rover and Lee Asia stare at each other, battling the sun, and Barach comes home. Vergara takes second base on an unusual double. It's 5-1. Matsu, a comedy of mistakes here for Chugiak.
Back-to-back errors. So an error on the pickoff attempt put Barreras at second, and an error on what should have been a pop-up put Vergara on second base and scored Barreras. We've talked about the Yola Tango play. Connor Throneberry of the Oilers is related to Marv Throneberry, who was on that Mets team.
Yeah, nobody knew where it was, or miscommunication, whatever. Runner in scoring position for the big lefty out of American Fork, Utah. Caden Carpenter, the cleanup hitter, takes a strike low inside. Good fastball there from Logan Mance. And just like Vergara, Carpenter today has taken the ball deep, 2 long flyouts to the outfield. He's hit 1 dinger this year. The 1-0, big count and a miss on the inside part of the plate, 0-2. Carpenter swung out of his shoes right there.
Well, when he swings big, and sometimes that results in a big miss as well, but it shows you why he's got such power.
The 0-2 misses inside. Carpenter is still above 300 on the year against the Chinooks specifically. He's now 5 for 18 against this team. Actually, that means he's a little bit below 300. Quick maths. Mance peers in, checks the runner at second and Vergara. And now fires home. The pitch, roped down the right field line, fair ball. Vergara scores with ease. Carpenter on his way to second base, and he's there with an RBI double. The Miners continue to tee off in Chugiak. It's 6-1.
Now back to the Miners.
Swing big, you'll hit the ball well. Caden Carpenter crushed that down the right field line. He saw it on the inside half of the plate, which is right where he likes it, low and in, and that had some punch to it.
So here comes Maddox Haley. He's reached base both times today, a double back in the second and reached on an error back in the third. Carpenter at second base. The pitch home, popped up. Lean Asia and Duran in shallow right field. Duran called him off. And this time, the Chinooks make the grab for out number 3. But not after Matsu puts up 3 more runs in the bottom of the 4th. Hannah's clobbered a home run. Barreras reached on a couple of errors. Vergara scored an error as well. And so it is now a 5-run lead as we enter the 5th inning. We'll be right back.
Don't drive impaired. Make sure that you arrive alive. This message brought to you by the Alaska Highway Safety Office.
Welcome back into Chugiak, Alaska. It's the top of the fifth inning. With Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. Ethan Lyke still on the hill. So in his second start of the year, he's going into his fifth inning. The only time that Lyke has appeared for longer than 4 frames have been out of relief. And he's got a 6-1 lead to boost him up as he comes up against the 3-4-5 hitters in this Chugiak lineup in Leonasia, Matheson, and Rover. And Ryan Leonasia has been a problem. He's 2 for 2. Lefty on the bump, righty at the dish. Leonasia singled to left both times he came up to the plate, and one of them produced a run in the third inning. First pitch on the way. Watches a fastball at the belt for a strike, 84 miles per hour from Lyke. And Ethan is someone who's no stranger to getting looks from scouts and high-profile people as he deals the 0-1. Swung on and chipped off Leonasia's hip for a foul ball. There were scouts from the Rangers, Royals, and Reds in Palmer this past week, looking at players all across the league, all over the team. And Lyke said he's used to it because he had college scouts and big league scouts talking to him in high school. The Prodigy's 0-2. Misses outside and low. And Lyke said he got so much interest that the Atlanta Braves even invited him for a tour of their facility out in Atlanta.
Yeah, Lyke's big time.
The 1-2. Swung on and ripped down the left field line. That's a fair ball at 2 hops for Vergara, who catches it on the scoop. Leonasia pitter-patters around first, but chops his steps to get back to the bag.
That is an elite play out of Alex Vergara. I mean, this guy routinely sprints to field up the ball and throws on the run. To limit that to a single right there is an impressive play out of him. Another reason why Vergara, also a fascinating prospect.
That's right. Hey, good defense doesn't always produce an out, but it limits the players. Here's Ryan Matheson, bats from the right side. First pitch to the third baseman. He swings and skewers it up the middle. A screaming line drive takes it to center field, and that moves Leonasia up to second base. There's runners on first and second with nobody out in the top of the fifth inning for Chugiak. That brings up Tommy Rover. He's had plenty of problems against Matsu this season. He's 0 for 2 today. Rover, the shortstop, bats from the right side, and against the minors, he hits at an .059 rate. That's 1 hit and 17 at-bats. That's, of course, entering today, so it's down to 1 for 19. First pitch to the right, he squares to bunt, but pulls back. Misses up high and away. Lyke has had problems in every inning with runners on base. He's allowed at least 1 hit in each of the first 4 frames. He's got 2 runners on after hits in this one. Chugiak scored its only run in the third inning. The 1-0, squares to bunt, lays it down the third base side. Hannah's charges, fielded on the hop, throws on to first in plenty of time. Both runners advance though, so Tommy Rover does his job with a sacrifice bunt and moves Leonasia to third, Matheson to second. That brings up Ty Beck, who already has 1 hit today. Swift work from Caleb Hannas to charge on that ball. Good job by Alec Thurston to cover at first as Vest came in as well. Tuck Thurston, the second baseman. Beck at the plate, he bats from the left side, just like Ethan Lyke, who throws from the left. First pitch. Slider misses low and away, 78 miles per hour.
Well, Lyke's got some room to operate here with a 5-run lead, and he's already done his job reaching the 5th inning, which is where Tyler Brunn loves to see all his starters go.
1-0 pitch. Beck watches a fastball high and away for a strike. And he's so confident in Lyke, there's nobody in the bullpen right now. Not just nobody stretching or warming up, not a soul on that bench out there. 1-1 count. Ty Beck at the plate with runners on second and third. The pitch, he swings, dribbles it to second. Thurston fields it. He decides on first, and Leonasia scores. That also moves Matheson to third, so it's an RBI ground out for Ty Beck. And that cuts the Matsu lead to 4. 6-2, the Miners stand on top in the top of the 5th. That brings up Kevin Duran. He had a hit last time up. scooted a ball into right field, but he also grounded into a double play to end the second inning. Lefty on the bump, righty at the dish. Like from the stretch. Fastball misses outside, popped out of Rogers' mitt, but doesn't wander too far. 1-0 count. Duran comes out of Weatherford College, where Alex Vergara played his JUCO ball before transferring to Lipscomb. The 1-0. Backdoor slider called a strike, blown away. 1-1 count. Duran, a native to Texas, just like Vergara, Matsu's left fielder. And he hit a pair of home runs in the JUCO World Series. The 1-1, Duran swings and tips it foul off to the left side. He posted on Instagram on June 14th that the JUCO World Series is unreal. It was a video of his second home run of the game. A lot of these guys start off in community college before transferring to a D1 school, just like left fielder Vergara, who went from Weatherford to Lipscomb.
That's right. A lot of guys can make an impact here in the ABL from no matter where you go to college. But going back to Duran there, specifically with that quote, I would also say that a place is unreal if I hit a home run there.
That's right. I think we have a combined, 0 home runs in our Little League experience?
One. Yeah, 3-0 count. Don't worry about it.
You got me beat. 1-2 count. Like from the stretch, swung on and fouled off to the right side.
And for the ball brought to you by
6-2, the
Cohen
Miners
Contractor.
lead in the top of the 5th inning. Matheson, the runner on third. Ryan Leonasia scored earlier this inning. He singled his way aboard and came around thanks to a tie-back RBI groundout. There's 2 away. Lefty-righty matchup, a 1-2 count for Duran. The pitch, backdoor breaking ball, missed high and away. Duran done a good job in this at-bat of staying alive. He already fouled off 1-2 strike pitch. This season, he's batting right at 200, but he struck out 13 times in 14 games, this being his 15th. Likes 2-2. Inside, dribble down to third base. Hannes charges, makes the play, throws on to first on the lob. He got him! Hannes took it a little slow with his throw, but it got Duran just in time. Chugiak crosses 1 run over home this inning. So it's 6-2 Matsu, moving into the 5th inning stretch of this 7-inning affair, the first leg of a doubleheader. And so with it being the first leg of the doubleheader, we'll go into the first leg of our doubleheader of trivia questions today, our Pickaxe Pickle. So if you can remember it, no one has ever accomplished this feat in one single game, but it has happened twice in one day. In a doubleheader on May 2nd, 1954, Stan Musial, a Hall of Famer, he did something unusual that Nate Colbert repeated on August 1st, 1972. Austin, what was this unique doubleheader achievement?
Here we go, listeners, where I rack my brain and probably don't get it correct, but I got a few options in mind. 1, 2 Grand Slams. That's one option, right? If you can get 2 Grand Slams in a day, that's definitely an option. The look that Jesse just gave me tells you that I might be onto something there.
Well, what's your guess? Time is running
Yeah,
out.
fine. Let's go with 2 Grand Slams.
Wrong. 5 home runs. You're in the right ballpark.
Wow.
Stan Musial hit 3 dingers for the Cardinals against the New York Giants, and he did those 3 in the first game. He hit 2 more in the second. And in attendance for that game was a young Nate Colbert who would do the same thing.
Wow.
In 1972, for the Padres, he hit 2 home runs in his first game, and then he hit a trio of long balls against the Braves in Game 2. So how's that for a coincidence?
I think that it should be written into every clause in MLB history. If you hit 5 home runs in a day, that's $1 million bonus right there.
Well, Stan Musial was one of the great players of all time. I'm sure he got paid nicely.
Oh, yeah.
It's time for the bottom of the 5th inning of action in the first leg of this 7-inning doubleheader. There is a new pitcher on the hill for Chugiak. Relieving Logan Mance after 4 innings of work is Nathan Riddle out of the University of Cincinnati Claremont. He's a rising grad student there, returning. He goes up against Braden Rogers to lead things off in the bottom of the 5th. Rather, Noah Tincher coming into the game for the Chinooks against the Miners. Bottom of the 5th inning, 6-2 Matsu leads with Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. Tincher, the lefty, making his second appearance against Matsu, and his first batter is Braden Rogers. First pitch to the righty is low for a ball. And you might remember Tincher's last appearance because it didn't last very long, but was there damage. Matsu clobbered 8 runs off of him on 4 hits in a start that lasted 2/3 of an inning.
Yeah, it was just a feast for the Miners.
1-0. This is low for a ball. Tincher out of Hamilton, Ohio. He's a rising junior at St. Joseph University. 0-3 on the season. 2-0. Rogers swings and pops it up off the end of the bat. Second base side on the infield dirt. Leonasia looks up and makes a one-handed grab, reaching over to his right. Rogers goes down with a pop out. That brings up Sebastian Tomerlin. He's 1 for 2. Doubled in the second inning, then popped out to center after that in the third. And that double featured some slow motion running from Maddox Haley on the base path. The Matsu designated hitter is nursing an ankle injury, so he made it from first to third on that play. First pitch to the lefty. He swings, dribbles it down the right side, and foul.
And that double that Tomlin had marked his first extra base hit of the season as well, so he has been lighting it up as of late. Hits in 3 straight games.
Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch. Tomerlin waits on the slider, low and away. Ball 1. 73 miles per hour on that pitch. A hair slower than Mance, who started the game for the Chinooks. He went 4 innings, allowed 6 runs. The 1-1. Fastball low and away, called a strike. And Tincher is looking for a better appearance in his last time against Matsu. So we talked about the 8 runs, but what doesn't help is that Matsu had 4 hits and 4 walks, so they were producing. The 1-2, this is low and away for a ball. That was the day before the Miners had another bombastic early inning. That came against the Bucks, where Matsu in the second inning had everybody in the lineup not just reach base, but score.
Yeah, I think 13 batters came across in that frame.
2-2. Skips in the turf, low and away, so Tomerlin very quickly has a full count.
And Tincher hasn't played since that bad outing against Matsu on July 11th, so I think the Chinooks are strategically using him here in a deficit.
3-2. Tomerlin swings out in front of the changeup, called strike 3. 62 miles per hour on that slow pitch from Tincher. So something has changed in his tune. That brings up Alex Thurston. He's 0 for 1. Recorded a sacrifice fly in the second inning. Crushed it almost out of here to left field. Then last time up, popped out into foul ground off the left of third base. Righty at the plate, lefty on the hill. From the stretch. Fastball low and inside, called strike 1. Tincher is 6'3", 182 pounds, rising junior at St. Joseph University. His earned run average entering today is very high, 29.57. The 0-1 skips off of home plate for a ball. This was his 5th appearance, his first time not starting. He's only thrown 7 innings, which tells you how those first 4 appearances went.
Yeah.
The 1-1. This is low and inside. Only one of those outings lasted longer than an inning and a third. That came against the Oilers right here in Chugiak. He allowed 3 runs on 3 hits then. That was more than a month ago on June 13th. 2-1. Fastball low and away, called a strike, 2-2 count. Tincher's last appearance was against these Miners 11 days ago when he went 2/3 of an inning. The time before that was June 27th against the Pilots. Inning and a third, allowed 7 runs, 6 of which were earned on 5 hits. His 2-2. Inside and low, Thurston steps back. Alex Thurston has shown off his power lately, had a long double yesterday, almost knocked it out of the park here today with that sacrifice fly. Base is empty, 2 away, 6-2 Miners. The 3-2 swings, drives it opposite field, straightaway right. Duran doesn't have to move a whole lot. Backtracks to the fence and makes the grab. 1-2-3 go the Miners in the 5th inning off of a previously shaky pitcher and Noah Titcher. So we move on to the top of the penultimate inning of Game 1, the 6th. 6-2 Matsu. I hope you're not tired yet because it's only the first leg of this doubleheader. Top the 6th inning coming your way. 6-2, Matsu leads Chugiak with Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. Ethan Like, he's certainly not tired. He's going on for his 6th inning of work, looking for his longest appearance of the season. Before this, it was only 5 innings out of relief. And he's got the 8-9-1 hitters in Francis Segara, Michael Kelly, and Austin Young. Segara is 1 for 2. Grounded out in the 3rd, but singled last time up in the 4th. It's a lefty-righty matchup. Like into the windup, first pitch. Fastball low and away, just misses. 86 miles per hour on the heater. 2 miles per hour slower than what he started the game with 88. The 1-1, 1-0 rather. Swung on, battered to 3rd, Hannes fields it on 1 hop. Fires on to 1st. High throw, but he got him. 2 pitches, 1 out. In the top of the 6th. Caleb Hanna has made a good play at 3rd, and Cooper Vest had to reach a little bit to make the grab, but no harm done. Michael Kelly comes up. He's 0 for 1, but he's reached base twice. A walk and a fielder's choice. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to the center fielder. Sneaks inside and high for ball 1. Like's curveball didn't curve as much as he needed it to. 1-0 on the way. Misses in the dirt. 2-0 the count for Kelly. Season, he's been a good hitter, batting .295, 3rd on the team. 2-0. Check swing, fastball low and away. Home plate umpire says he went around. It's a 2-1 count. Kelly out of East Stroudsburg University. He's a Pennsylvania native. He swings and misses at the 2-1. 2-2 pitch. Like quick pitching, back into the windup. He throws, swung on and missed. Kelly immediately walks back to the dugout hanging his head. Ethan Like has his 2nd strikeout of the game, and he's rolling in his longest appearance of the season.
That's right, Jesse. Should Like get out of this inning, deal with Young, he will have 23 2/3 innings pitched against only the Chinooks.
First pitch to Austin Young, the righty watches a fastball high and away. And that's a lot of pitching. Each of his last 3 appearances have been against the Chinooks, the last 3 games. The 1-0. This is high and away. Young, in his 3 plate appearances today, has been anything but an easy out. 1 for 1 with a pair of walks. 2-0. Fastball high and away, called a strike.
In reference, only 17 pitchers overall.
2-1 in the dirt.
Only 17 pitchers in the ABL overall have more than 23 2/3 innings against everybody.
Shows Like's longevity. 3-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and popped up behind first base, eking into shallow right field down the line. Carpenter chasing over the bullpen mound, and he slips.
can't make the grab. Overran the ball, looked like he might have had some trouble with the lip of the turf out there up to the bullpen rubber, and it just didn't work for him, but it's a full count for Young. That does give us an opportunity to talk about Like's longevity. This being his 13th appearance, he's got the league lead in showings this year, tied with Vinny Bianchi. The 3-2 rather, swung on and popped up. Infield grass, first base side, Vest calls him off in between first and second, and he reaches for the one-handed grab. 1, 2, 3, go the Chinooks in the top of the 6th. We move on to the bottom half of the inning here in Chugiak, 6-2, Matsu. In a game that has trended the same way of the last 3, Matsu ahead 6-2, having won the last 3. The players have been anything but per usual. Matsu's got Braden Rogers catching after more than a month without playing a full game behind the dish. Ethan Like is not a starter, and yet there he is. Noah Tincher, last time out against the Miners, really struggled, didn't make it out of the first inning, allowing 8 runs, but he retired the side 1-2-3 last time up. 6-2 the Miners lead. They're at the plate. 9-hitter and Caleb Hanna's up. He homered last time. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch. Misses low and inside. Thank you for tuning in to the Matsu Miners Baseball Network with Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. This is a 7-inning game, the first leg of a doubleheader. 1-0 count. Tincher from the stretch. Hannes watches a fastball high and away for strike 1. This has been the game for the Matsu third baseman. Caleb Hannes 2 for 2, a pair of RBIs. That home run, which he crushed to left field, in a single in the second. The 1-1. Misses low for a ball. Austin, the Miners have been tattooing the baseball all over the place.
It has been a delight to watch. These guys, it's been basically batting practice out here in Chugiak, all over the field against the starter, Logan Mance.
He exited after 4. 2-1, Hannes swings, pops it up right side and foul.
And foul ball brought to you by Dakota
It's the first
Diggers.
time that Hannes has been taken to a 2-strike count. In fact, in his first 2 at-bats today, he never saw a strike besides the pitch that he hit into play.
I mean, Matsu has only struck out once today. That came last inning.
2-2. Inside and low. Ball 3, a full count. There have only been 3 total strikeouts in the game because Ethan Like has only tossed 2. Full count for Hannes. He struck out 18 times this season, walked 10 as well. The full count pitch. In the turf and low, ball 4. Hannes is aboard, and that brings up the top of the order. And Cooper Vest, who's already had a week and a day. He tripled to start off the game, scored after that for the first run of this contest. He's also had to make a few darting plays at first base, catching high throws and running off for pop-ups. Lefty-lefty matchup. Tincher out of East Stroudsburg. Vest out of Brigham Young University, a little more prestigious baseball name. First pitch to the lefty, misses inside. And Brigham Young is a team that's constantly competing
for recognition in the regionals or the super regionals, occasionally in the College World Series. Vest was all WCC first team this past season, so he's one of the best players out there. The 1-0 misses low for ball 2. And Provo, Utah has some pretty great views, but we've got a nice one here in Chugiak. This Chugach mountain range overlooking the right field fence with a hill arching from the middle to center off over the left field foul pole. 2-0 count. The pitch. He swings, rips it into right field. One hops, the right fielder picks it up on the bounce. Hannah chugs into third. Throw to the infield is cut off. Cooper Vest with his second hit of the day, and Matsu has runners on the corners with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Up 6-2.
Cooper Vest is seeing it really, really well today.
Well, Emilio Barreras, someone who's also seen the ball well. He had an RBI ground out to start his game in the 1st inning, and last time up, he shuttled a hit into right field as well. Later scored in that frame in the 4th. Lefty-lefty matchup with the GCU product at the plate. The pitch, Vest off for second. Barreras swings, chops it to the first base side out to second. Leonasia fields on the hop, goes on to first again, but Caleb Hanna's charges home without a throw. 7-2 Matsu leads in the bottom of the 6th with a runner on second and one out. Really well executed hit and run.
Yeah, that's Emilio's second RBI ground out to second base today. So that's a little interesting right there. Here's a theory for you, Jesse. Do you think that the leadoff batter sets the tone for the rest of the order, especially when Vest triples to begin a game?
Oh, absolutely. Here's Alex Vergara, the 3-hitter, batting from the right side. First pitch, misses low for a ball. The leadoff hitter has such an interesting job because, yes, you want hits. Yes, you want to get on base, but you also want to get a good look at the pitcher. So sometimes they're there to waste pitches, even if it means recording an out, but just see more from the pitcher, tire him out, see what he's got. 1-0. Vergara swings and pops it up behind first base. Back in pursuit and foul ground. That lips out of play, though.
And foul ball brought to you
So
by
Vergara
Joe's
stays alive
Mexican
after an
Restaurant.
awkward swing. This has not been his best showing. He's 0 for 3, a pair of flyouts, and he reached on an error at short last time up in the 4th inning. Although Vergara did get to show off the wheels, scoring later in that frame thanks to a Caden Carpenter double. And that's who awaits on deck. 1-1 from Tincher. Misses inside, skips away from the catcher, Young, and that's an easy play for Vest to make it to third without a throw. Young picks it up at the backstop and jogs back to the plate. Matsu has a runner on third, up by 5 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 away and a 2-1 count for Alex Vergara, who's already muscled a trio of homers this season, including a grand slam. That's back-to-back games where Matsu has capitalized on a passed ball. 2-1. Fastball low and away misses. 86 miles per hour. Tincher looking a hair faster than he started his outing, which was right around 84 and 85. It's a 3-1 count for the power-hitting player out of Lipscomb. The pitch, he swings, he's early on it, chops it to deep center field. That's got a lot of air under it, but a lot of room for Michael Kelly. He makes the grab about 10 steps shy of the fence. Vest scores on the sacrifice fly, and it's 8-2 Matsu. Pair of runs in this inning has him up nicely here in the bottom of the 6th with 2 away.
At bat for the Miners are 38, Caden Carpenter.
Another run there for Vest. And, the leadoff spot has been interesting here for Tyler Brun this season. It started off as being Emilio Barreras. Then it was Caden Carpenter. Then it was Nolan Tucker. And right now it's Cooper Vest. 4 different lefties. I wonder who will stick come playoff time.
First pitch to Carpenter. He dances back as that misses inside right on the waist. 1-0 count. You wonder which lefty will stick.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a game-to-game thing.
Maybe. I mean, the hope for Matsu is that all of them do. The 1-0. Carpenter swings. He attacks it out to second base. Leonasia chases, but it's in front of him and into center field. Caden Carpenter gets him back-to-back at-bats. And with 2 away, Matsu has a runner on first for Maddox Haley.
Yeah, the second base umpire just screened him like it was a basketball play. Leonasia couldn't make the play, avoiding the body there at second base in blue.
Well, umpires are a part of the field by rule, and they do their best to get out of the way, but sometimes it's unavoidable. Running has been unavoidable for Maddox Haley today, who's nursing an ankle injury. He doubled in the first inning in his first at-bat, in the second frame, on something that for anyone else might have been a triple or even an inside-the-park home run, but he's really hobbling. First pitch to the righty out to San Diego State. He swings. Carpenter off for second. The throw is way late. Caden Carpenter is into second with his 6th steal on the season, tying Sebastian Tomerlin for the team lead. 0-1 count for Haley with a runner now in scoring position. Haley, of course, injured his ankle against the Bucks a week and a half ago, running into first base. And today, while he is in the lineup at DH, he does not run. He jogs. 0-1. Swings and nails it over the top of the backstop. Foul. 0-2 count. So Haley had that double, then had to move on to third on, again, what could have scored him on a hit from Sebastian Tomerlin if he were not ankle-addled. He then scored later in the frame and then had to leg out a play on an error at shortstop that put him on base his next time up. The 0-2. Haley swings behind the curveball, blown away. Strike 3. Matt Sue tacks on a pair heading into the 7th and final inning of the first leg of this doubleheader. They lead 8-2, moving to the 7th. Chugiak, with the game on the line, has its T3-4 hitters up in Callahan, Leonasia, and Matheson. The Ryans have cobbled together 4 hits as a trio. We'll be back with that in just a moment. Ethan Lake going on for his 7th inning of work, looking for the first complete game for a Matt Sue pitcher this year. Welcome back to Chugiak, Alaska for the top half of the 7th and final inning of play in Game 1 of this Saturday doubleheader. With Austin Barach, I'm Jesse Cook. The Miners are looking to shut the door up 8-2. Ethan Lake is normally a reliever. He started this game, and he's still on the hill. No Matt Sue pitcher has recorded a complete game this season. Drew Christo came close on Monday with a 7-inning doubleheader against the Oilers, but unfortunately for him, that game went to extra innings. It's the Ryans in the Chugiak order up in this frame. Callahan, Leonasia, and Matheson. Lefty deals to the righty. First pitch is low and inside for a strike. Ryan Callahan, then Ryan Leonasia, and Ryan Matheson, the 2-3-4 hitters in this lineup. Second pitch to Callahan. He waits on a changeup up high for a ball. 1-1 count. Callahan is 0 for 3, flied out twice and grounded out. The 1-1. Backdoor curveball hangs up high and away for ball 2. Callahan, although he's been consistent with outs, has been inconsistent with where he hits the ball. All ways of the field, right, center, and left. The 2-1, he swings, drives out to short. Barreras fields it on the hop, does a 360, throws to first off the hop. He got him! Emilio Barreras on the shallow outfield grass, turned around entirely, caught it with a pick, and fired onto first like he was standing still. 1 up, 1 down in the final inning of play, and that brings up Ryan Leonasia. To say the least, Austin, this guy's been a problem, 3 for 3.
Leonasia has been, but it's a 6-run lead, so whatever he does here might not be impactful.
First pitch to the righty, he swings, dribbles out to short. Barreras again, fields it at his ankles, fires on to first. He got him again. Emilio Barreras making this final inning of regulation all about him. Back-to-back groundouts to short. Barach does his job well, and now Chugiak is down to its final out in Game 1. That brings up Ryan Matheson. He singled last time up, but he's 1 for 2 after hitting into a double play in the first. Matsu is the acting home team because of a rainout earlier this week. First pitch to the righty. He watches a fastball right over the heart of the plate at 82 miles per hour for strike 1. 0-1 count. Matsu looking for its 4th straight win over Chugiak. The pitch, he swings, fouls off his inside ankle, and Matheson is in pain. He immediately buckled after that and went to the ground. Now he's back on his feet. He stands back up and walks it off, but that was a scary sight.
It was. We hope Math is okay. He seems to be. Few major things here at stake here if Matsu does, in fact, win this game, which it looks in all likelihood that they will. 1, the magic number goes down to 3. 2, you win the season series against Chugiak, and you get back on a win streak.
That's right. Matsu has a magic number of 5 to make the playoffs. 0-2 for the game. Check swing, low and away. He didn't go. Chugiak is in last place, only the 5th place. Last place team in Alaska misses the playoffs. Matsu just needs to be better than Chugiak, so this game would shrink that magic number to make the playoffs. 1-2. Curveball misses low and inside for a ball. The Miners have lost 2 straight games to the Glacier Pilots and the Bucks, but against Chugiak they've won 3 in a row, looking for 4. Like, for the complete game, the 2-2, swung on, batter to the right side, past the diving Cooper Veston in right field. Matheson extends the ball game. He rounds first but holds there. A base hit down to the final strike. So Ryan Matheson has a multi-hit affair to keep this game alive. That brings up Tommy Rover, who has been dead with the bat, 0 for 2. The saving grace for him is his last plate appearance. He successfully completed a sacrifice bunt. Braden Rogers walks out to the mound to talk to Ethan Like. Catcher and the pitcher going over some things. This is by far Like's longest appearance of the season. Rogers walks back. Right-handed sidearm pitcher Larry Westall has begun loosening up for Matsu. Right-handed closer Will Rizzo is actually set to open the second leg of this doubleheader, so Westall might be warming up for nothing. Righty at the plate and Rover. Runner on first, 2 away. The pitch. Fastball low for a ball. Matsu leads Game 1 of this 7-inning doubleheader 8-2. The Miners tacked on a pair last inning thanks to a couple of base hits from Cooper Vest and Caden Carpenter. The 1-0. Swung on, ripped up the middle. Short hop at second. Thurston picks it, throws on to first after the turn, and he got him. Matsu shows off the flashy leather to win the game here in the 7th inning. 8-2 the final in the first leg of this doubleheader, and Ethan Like makes history for 2023 as the first Matsu Miner to pitch a complete game. 8-2 the final. The Miners were in pretty big need of a win. We're in the home stretch of the season. Only 7 games to play after this. Matsu had lost its last 2, regressing into a tie for first place with the Bucks and the Glacier Pilots. This win, and with no other games having been played yet today, actually scoots Matsu into an undisputed first place by half a game over both Anchorage squads.
That's right. An impressive win. Wire to wire was never really in doubt. Like, I mean, what can you say about this guy? This guy's just reliable every time out. Another dominant showing against these Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks. That magic number's down to 3. You now clinch the season series against the Chinooks, 6-2 right now. You got 2 more games against them, including 1 in about 35 minutes. So things are trending up for Matsu. First win since Monday, so that's got to feel good. And now you save all your pitchers for Game 2, which is awesome. This is the perfect case scenario for Tyler Braun, Steve Hecker, and Kyle Watson. Now you get to start Rizzo, and everybody in the pen is fresh. Obviously, a couple guys were in there yesterday: Lightfall, Westall, and Shadowan, but the arms should be good right now, and it's been a small sample size in life here without Richardson and Whitehead with this team, but so far the pitching has certainly not really been the issue, as it's been all season, really.
Pitching certainly has not suffered for the Miners in this game, Ethan Lake proving why he's been so reliable. Again, that was his 13th appearance. Ties him for the league lead with Vinny Bianchi, who pitched for the Miners earlier this season before departing to start his grad program in Notre Dame. So Bianchi was considered the definition of steadfastness in this league, and Ethan Lake clearly has shown that he's ready to fill that role.
If there's like one of those handshake emojis, Vinny Bianchi, Ethan Lake, handshake, Mr. Reliable. These guys, I mean, it's so nice to have such good quality pitchers. And obviously, big losses in this last week and a half here with Bianchi, Whitehead, and Richardson, but these guys so far have stepped it up.
Absolutely correct. The Miners step up for a Game 1 win in this red-hot Saturday doubleheader. Temperature ticking up to 75 degrees, which in Alaska is a heat wave. So, well, make sure to keep the fire warm out here in Chugiak as we look ahead to Game 2. That's Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. Thank you so much for listening. Make sure you stay tuned to the Matsu Miners Baseball Network as we get set for Game 2. I'm going to go grab a hot dog. I don't know about you, but I hope you enjoy whatever you do for the next half hour, because whatever you do, it won't come close to the amount of excitement you see in Game 2. We'll be back.
With the season series against the Chinooks already clinched, the Matsu Miners are doing a Johnny whole-staff approach, starting with closer Will Rizzo on the mound in the first inning. The magic number can go down to 1 with a win in the second leg of a doubleheader in Chugiak. Alongside Jesse Cook, I'm Austin Barach, and Jesse, another beautiful day for baseball and another beautiful time to look at the starting lineups in Game 2 here in Chugiak. For the Miners, well, it's the same batting order. Vest, Barach, Regard, Carpenter, Haley, Rogers, Tomlin, Thurston, Hannes. And a notable difference, Will Rizzo starting. It's his first start in a year. The last time he started was in the Northwoods League last summer. For the Chinooks, a few changes in their lineup. Michael Kelly goes from 9 to 1 in the order. Callahan, Oli in Asia. Those are staples from Game 1. Blake Wilhoit, he did not play. John Whitney, he also did not play in Game 1. Matheson slides from the 4th spot to the 6th spot. Tommy Rover tied back. Those guys played in Game 1. And Brandon Broom, there in right, replacing Kevin Duran. Nathan Riddle gets the start for Chugiak, and the Chinooks are in fact the designated home team on their home turf. The Miners were the designated home team in Game 1 because of Wednesday's rainout that was supposed to be played in Palmer. We're all but set and ready to go here in Chugiak, Alaska. So, let's do it. So it'll be the right-hand throwing Nathan Riddle against the left-hand Cooper Vest. Riddle this season has started 6 games. He has a 7.06 ERA in 29 1/3 innings, allowing 23 earned runs. He's got a 2.17 WHIP, and he's got a 1-4 record. And he works out of the stretch. His first pitch of the game is a ball low. It's another sunny afternoon here on this Saturday. A beautiful day for baseball, and we're underway. Temperatures around 70 degrees in Chugiak. Riddle this season has had opponents hitting 400 against him. The 1-0. Tails outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Cooper Vest, who had a monster Game 1. He tripled to lead off the game, and he also singled in the 6th. He was 2 for 3. He was also hit by a pitch. Riddle's 2-0. Fastball smoked up the middle on the ground. The shortstop, Rover, ranges over and makes the play to first baseman Ty Beck for out number 1.
Next at bat for the Miners, number 1.
Good job by Vest to get out ahead on that swing. He didn't get the contact he liked, but there is also the detriment that he didn't see a whole lot of Nathan Riddle in that at-bat.
So here comes Emilio Barreras. He also had a spectacular Game 1. He singled, had a pair of RBIs. First pitch he sees here is a strike down the middle. Riddle has faced the Miners once back on June 16th. The 0-1 is a big hack and miss on a front door curveball. It's quickly 0-2. In that outing on June 16th, he went 5 innings, allowing 6 hits, 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, and earned 1 of his 4 losses on the year. He comes out of the University of Cincinnati Claremont. The 0-2 drifts outside. It's the left-hand hitting Barreras of GCU. Riddle resets. No beyond 1 out top of the first. Barreras stays alive off the end of the bat.
That foul ball brought to you by Northwest Carpet Company, the right direction flooring.
As always, Cannon Daly for today's matchup, assigned to get the foul ball to go to the backstop. Throws it back over to the Chugiak dugout. The 1-2 swung on, hit high down the first base side, tailing into foul territory and out of play of the ballpark. Stays 1-2.
Blake Wilhoit, the catcher, got some chance from his dugout.
Right.
Some inside joke.
Wilhoit doing the catching in Game 2 here after Austin Young went Game 1. The 1-2 fastball, chopper to shortstop. Rover snags it, throws on the first, and plenty of time for out number 2. 2 straight groundouts to short to begin the game.
Next at bat for the Miners, number 16, Alex Thurston. Or sorry, my mistake, Alex Vergara.
So here comes Alex Vergara playing in left field once again. Vergara had a couple of long flyouts in Game 1. He takes a strike on the outside corner to start things off in Game 2. Vergara also reached on an error and ended up scoring in the 4th inning of Game 1, and also a sacrifice RBI. Productive day for him. The pitch stings the outside corner. What a pitch from Riddle. It's 0-2. Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the first. Miners and Chinooks scoreless. Riddle's 0-2. Way away. Under 80 miles per hour on that off-speed pitch. We're once again joined by starting pitcher Brandon Downer here in the broadcast booth, doing the radar gun, both in Game 1 and in Game 2 right here in Chugiak. Riddle's 1-2, misses blown away again. Count evens up 2 apiece. Vergara, one of the most dangerous hitters in the entire league. Anytime he swings, it has the potential to be a long ball. Riddle stares in, fires away. It's a grounder, tailing foul towards the Chugiak dugout. There is one fan beyond that left field fence with a large red umbrella slash, it might be a tent, honestly. I don't think I've seen an umbrella that big. Perhaps in Vergara home run territory. The 2-2 foul tip that could not be held onto by Will Hoyt remains 2-2.
See, what I don't get about that umbrella is that he's not blocking any of the sunlight. The sun is sort of coming from behind home plate, so he's really just blocking himself into more sunlight on left field.
From my vantage point, it seems like he's mostly covered in shade.
His face is. The rest of him is sunny.
The 2-2, up high, great take, runs to a full count.
My philosophy with the umbrella is that, yes, you want to see the game, but why not just sit somewhere shady?
There's something about, making sure you want to be left alone, way away. Full count pitch is roped to left center field. That's a gapper down for a base hit. Vergara rounds first base. The throw to second, it could be close, but it's offline. Vergara has a stand-up double here in the first inning, his 4th double of the season.
I think this shows 2 things. One, why Matsu has stayed in first place, because they've got an offense that can back up the pitching staff when it needs it to. But also, it shows that why the Chinooks are in last place, and that's done from they're so thin once you get through 1 or 2 of their starters.
Absolutely. Matsu has enjoyed great success today, and in the last 4 games, really, against this Chugiak team. First pitch, the Carpenter's rope fell along the first base side. Carpenter, one of many Matsu hitters who teed off against the starter Logan Nance in Game 1. Carpenter had a pair of long flyouts, but then had an RBI double in the 4th, and then had a single in the 6th. He's got a runner in scoring position right here, and a scoreless top of the first, 2 away. Riddle checks Vergara at second, goes home with it. Pitch, grounder to second base. Lenasia fields it at the knees, fires on the first in time. Route number 3 that retires this side. Vergara is stranded on second base after half an inning. It's 0-0 with Kelly Callahan and Lenasia due up for the Chinooks. We'll be right back. Welcome back to a beautiful sunny Saturday afternoon in Chugiak, Alaska. To my left is Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. And no, it's not the 7th inning, the 8th inning, or the 9th inning. It's the 1st inning, and Will Rizzo, the Matsu closer, is on the hill. With Ethan Lake having to be a starter with the departures of Grant Richardson and Ace Whitehead, this is a designated whole staff game for the pitching staff of the Miners, and that makes Will Rizzo the starter. He comes out of Nebraska, a rising redshirt sophomore for the Cornhuskers, making his first start in a year. He comes in with a 6.94 ERA in 11 appearances. His longest outing of the year was 2 innings at the Glacier Pilots on the solstice, June 21st. The last time he played was July 17th on Monday against the Oilers, went 1 inning, allowing 0 earned runs and 1 hit. He had that huge strikeout after going down 3-0 in a bases-loaded situation that would have scored the game-winning run. So now the big right-hander is set to face the left-hand hitting Michael Kelly before he gets to Callahan and Leonasia. Rizzo's first pitch, a steep right on the lower part of the zone on the fastball, and we're underway in the bottom of the first. Kelly in game 1 went 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a walk, and a fielder's choice. The 0-1 pummels it again, strike 2 in the inner half. Rizzo 2 straight fastballs and 2 straight strikes. He works out of the windup, glove to the face, and here he goes. Pitch, high fastball, left upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, it's a good sign for Rizzo to attack the zone early.
See if he goes with the breaking ball. The 1-2. Swing into the catcher's mitt for a second before Braden Rogers dropped it. Still 1-2. Rogers doing the catching again with the designated day off for Steven Lancia. Lancia got both legs of the doubleheader against the Oilers on Monday. Rogers was definitely resting in that dugout between games. The 1-2, fastball just outside. 2-2 the count. Fielder's playing straight up for the left-hand hitting Kelly out of East Stroudsburg University. The 2-2. Inside on the fastball. It's a full count. Kelly batting at around 290. Used as one of those either 9-hitters or leadoff guys, similar to an Emilio Barreras, the shortstop for Matsu. The payoff pitch. Fastball. Tagged to short. There's Barreras. Fields it cleanly. Throws on first base in time for out number 1. That grounder had no chop to it.
Rizzo pacing himself. I think he's expecting a long outing because normally when he comes out of relief, his fastball will go up around 97 miles per hour, but he's been hanging 90, 91 through his first batter.
If so, smart decision to take some off to go longer. Everyone's got to adjust with the new format. Callahan pops one up. And by format, I mean with the departures of Whitehead and Richardson as we've gone on and on about. But it's so critical as those two are such reliable lefties in the starting rotation. So it's 0-1 to Ryan Callahan, who went 0 for 4 in game 1. And he's plunked in the back. Rizzo misses on the front door curveball. He slaps his thigh in frustration. And Callahan is on with a hit by pitch, his first of the season in over 100 at-bats.
Well, Matsu last game did not hit a batter. It was the 4th time this season that had not happened. That Matsu had not struck a batter with a pitch. Well, it stays at 4.
There we go, yeah. It's been a problem all season. And here comes Ryan Leonasia, who went 3 for 4 in game 1. A double and 2 singles, including an RBI. The pitch, fastball, stings the outside corner, strike 1. 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the first. Scoreless affair between the Miners and the Chinooks. Rizzo working now out of the stretch. He deals. Fastball lifted in a shallow left center field. Tomlin races inward. The center fielder makes the grab above his head for out number 2.
Next at bat for your Chinooks is number 5, Blake Wilhoit.
So 2 outs now. Here comes the catcher, the cleanup hitter, Blake Wilhoit. The lefty did not play in Game 1. Austin Young did the catching in that. Rizzo's first pitch is called off by the home plate umpire. I believe that was a balk.
Yeah, that's right. Rizzo moved his shoulders a little too early, it seemed. So Callahan gets second base, and there's no pitch there. So Rizzo is gifted not having thrown the ball.
That's right. The ball skipped in the turf, but Callahan earns himself second base on that shimmy shouldering.
Callahan didn't earn anything.
He got on base. Runners scoring position, and Wilhoit takes a ball just high. Rizzo with a long stare at the home plate ump after that one. Wilhoit comes in with a .278 batting average, and get this, folks, he also has a .278 batting average against the Miners. 5 for 18 against Matsu, 20 for 72 for the season. Love it when those two numbers align. It rarely does. The 1-0, fastball inside. That's called a strike on the inside corner. 21.
Yeah, 5 times 4, 20. 18 times 4, 72. That's about it. The best math that I can do in my head.
Works out. Don't have to do too much. A little 1 plus 1, a little.
What's that?
5 times 4 is 20.
What's 1 plus 1?
I call it 2. Wilhoit is granted time. Left-hand batter steps out, now re-enters the box. Runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Rizzo's 1-1. Breaking ball does not break. Left upstairs, it's 2-1.
1 plus 1 equals 2. Where'd you get that from?
You know, generations before us that decided that was the case. I've just been following suit.
See, yeah, you gotta break tradition.
The 2-1 fastball misses high and away. Count runs to 3 balls and 1 strike to the catcher out of Dallas Baptist University.
We know what 2 plus 2 equals.
4.
Fish.
Well, the Miners trying to fry those fish here in the second leg of the doubleheader, trying to win its 5th consecutive against Chugiak. The 3-1 pitch, battered out of play, remains. Actually, does not remain. It's now a full count.
CIO Laborers Local number 341.
Rizzo stares in. So much fire and energy. The 3-2 runs outside. Base on balls.
Ladies and gentlemen, that walk brought to you by
And Rizzo
Mason
must
Nugget.
get to his 5th batter of the first.
Normally, Matsu has been good in doubleheaders as far as conserving pitchers. You think back to Monday, 4 pitchers the entire day. Rizzo was second, and he finished out Game 1 against the Oilers. Him and Drew Christo didn't allow a run.
That's right. At the peak of their powers, Christo and Rizzo have been excellent for Matsu this season. Pitch is a strike to John Whitney. The designated hitter out of Samford University stands at 5'11", 175. Whitney did not appear in Game 1. He bats .225 for the season. His last game was Monday against the Bucks, where he went 0 for 4. The 0-1 misses low. Whitney's got 2 runners on right now, one of them in scoring position. But John Whitney has not had an RBI since June 9th. June 9th. It's now July 22nd. He's got just 2 ribbies on the year. The 1-1 batted up the middle, but directly at Thurston, the second baseman. L4 is the putout. Rizzo gets out of it after 1 full inning. It's 0-0 here in Chugiak. We'll be back with Maddox Haley, Braden Rogers, and Sebastian Tomlin in just a few minutes. Life might be a highway, but it's merely the second inning here in Alaska at Lee Jordan Field in Chugiak. To my left is Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach, and Nate Riddle in his second inning of work here to deal with 5, 6, 7. Righty, lefty, and Haley, Rogers, and Tomlin. Here comes Maddox Haley, who went 1 for 4 in game 1. And, of course, the big storyline for him, it's his first time back in 10 days. Yoho is popped up. Tied back to first base and racing foul territory. Battling his son, and he makes the catch, extending the left arm at the fence. Out number 1.
Well, it's a tough spot for Haley. His right foot is giving him a lot of trouble with that angle, and that's where he puts his weight during his swing. So he's pushing the ball a lot more to the right side because that's all he can do, really.
One away, here's Braden Rogers. The catcher takes a strike at the top of the zone. Rogers in game 1 was 1 for 3, a double, a fly out, and a pop out. The 0-1 popped up and out of play, 0-2.
And foul ball brought to you by Co-Contractors, LLC.
Rogers out of Central Arizona Community College. Down 0-2, and he lifted into center field. Kelly races back near the track, but makes the play. Had it lined up from the get-go, 2 away in the top of the second.
Well, Rogers, he makes good contact normally when he pulls the ball. Not exactly a push hitter. He does a lot of sending it to left and center field. And when he does, he can get some pop. Just every now and then he uppercuts. That was a good drive if just center field is 400 feet away.
Riddle's first pitch to lefty Tomlin is a strike right above the knees. Tomlin, of course, teammates of Braden at Central Arizona Community College. Also, they were 3-year teammates in high school at Queen Creek, and he swings and misses. Down 0-2, just like Braden in the at-bat before. Tomlin had a solid first game, laced his first extra base hit of the season, a double back in the second, went 1 for 3. He's had hits now in 3 consecutive games. Down 0-2 right here, that one drifts way outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Miners won game 1, 8-2. The 1-2 drifts high and away, evens up the count, 2 apiece. And with the win, They are marginally in first place with a 56.3% winning percentage above the Pilots and the Bucks. Each of those teams a half game back right now. The 2-2 roped down the line, but foul. Tomlin never left the box. He knew it.
Tomlin seemingly makes his best contact at foul ground. That's the 6th time this season we've seen him rip one down the line just for it to trickle foul.
2-2 from Riddle. Spoiled off the end of the bat on a backdoor curveball. We saw a lot of hard-hit foul balls for Matsu in Game 1, and for the most part, they translated towards hard-hit base hits. Cooper Vest had some. Alex Vergara. The 2-2. Left outside. Great take off the edge of the plate. It's a full count. Outfield playing rather back for Tomlin. The 3-2 pitch popped up out of play.
Out of the ball brought to you by Chepo's Mexican Restaurant, the place to eat.
No score so far at Lee Jordan Field in Game 2 of this doubleheader. The 4th doubleheader that Matsu has been a part of in this month. The payoff. Fouled off again, this time towards the visiting first base side dugout.
Tomlin doing a great job of staying alive. This is about to be the 10th pitch of the at-bat.
He re-enters the box. The pitch from Riddle, cranked to second base. Leonasia fields it just above the ankles and fires for the outs. 1, 2, 3 go Haley, Rogers, and Tomlin after an inning and a half. It's still scoreless. We'll be back for 6, 7, 8 in the Chugiak order in a few minutes. It's the bottom of the second inning here in Chugiak. Alongside Jesse Cook, I'm Austin Barach. And Matsu's starter, Will Rizzo, is about to deal with Ryan Matheson, Tommy Rover, and Ty Beck. He faced 5 batters in inning 1. He led off with a ground out, then hit Callahan, got Leonasia to fly out, walked Will Hoyt, and then John Whitney lined out to Thurston to end the inning. So here comes Ryan Matheson, the right-hand batter who also occasionally pitches for this Chugiak team. Steps in the box. The 0-0. Looked at and called a strike low away. Matheson in Game 1 today went 2 for 3, a pair of singles, a walk, and grounded into a double play. Rizzo shakes off a sign and kicks and deals. Pitch. Tattoos the outside corner. 0-2, perfect placement. Rizzo working quickly. Out of the windup. The pitch. Just outside, similar location, this time on the breaking ball. 1-2.
Seems all 3 times Rizzo has gotten to a 2-strike count. He's then went away on his next pitch. Might not be the worst idea to just attack for strike 3.
The 1-2.
Swung on, up the middle, Thurston on the back end, he's got it. He spins around, fires the first, in time on the scoop from Best. Thurston with another turnaround play of the day. One away in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, great work by Thurston. That's how he ended the first game.
Him and Barach have really flashed the leather today. And it brings up the shortstop, Tommy Rover, batting from the left side. Pitch runs inside, ball one. On the fastball, Rover was in the 5-hole in game one, but he went just 0 for 3. The 1-0 runs outside 2-0. Rover now in the 7-hole. So both him and Matheson slid down by 2 spots for Will Hoyt and John Whitney to be included in Game 2's lineup. Of course, Tyler Brunn keeping his lineup the exact same. Rizzo's 2-0 offering, fastball inside, 3-0. Rizzo wondering where that one was. Apparently just a shade inside.
Yeah, that eked in on the knees. That might have been an issue of depth perception with the umpire. Might have looked like it was, well, not depth perception, but lateral perception.
The 3-0. High away, ball 4. And that's the second walk issue for Rizzo today.
Yeah, he tried to work inside on Rover, and it just didn't work out for him. Put it too far inside.
Rizzo began the day with an under 1 strikeout to walk ratio, 14 Ks to 17 base on balls. He's faced the Chinooks just once this season in his 11 appearances. That one outing was a save back on June 16th. Allowed 0 runs, walked a couple, but ultimately got the save. And that was a game where he was fired up coming off the mound after recording the final outs. Here he faces the tall lefty Ty Beck. The first baseman stares at a strike right down the middle. Beck began the day batting exactly 200, but he went 1 for 3 in game 1. Pitch. Swung on and tailed out of play down the left field line. It's
That foul ball brought to you by Napa, your Alaska-owned Napa Auto Parts.
Middle infield and double play depth. 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the second. 0-0 score. Rizzo out of the stretch. Fires home. Upstairs. Ball 1. It's 1-2.
Again, he gets to a 2-strike count and then tries one away. The batter doesn't even have to guess. He knows the pitch is going to be outside. Try attacking the zone. And now he's going to throw a strike here.
Let's see if he does. Clairvoyancy is true. A swing and a miss. The throw down to second base. The runner did not go. The throw goes into center field as Barach was late to get there. And the runner, Rover, gets to second base. Not exactly sure what Braden Rogers was thinking there.
Rogers saw him go. He stopped while he was in the throwing motion.
Okay.
Barach didn't see him go, so he was much too late to the bag. Just a bad case of miscommunication and misconception.
So runner in scoring position for Chugiak. In Tommy Rover with the right-hand batter, Braden Broom, up at the plate. He has time granted. Broom did not play in game 1. He bats at a 136 clip. Rizzo's pitch, breaking ball, front door, called a strike. Good pitch right there. Broom out of Samford University, a rising redshirt junior there at 6'1", 182. Is just 1 for 11 against Matsu this season.
The 0-1. Catches the outside corner on a breaking ball. So Rizzo's finding the zone.
Well, it's 0-2, which means that he's going to look outside again. If he just stays with that trend, then Broom doesn't even have to think about swinging.
All right, we'll see what happens. Broom struck out 16 times this season, twice against the minors. The pitch towards us on a cutting fastball directly sent to the backstop. Completely unhinges the camera.
Okay, I think that was a message from above to me to say you don't know what pitch is coming.
Yeah, that was a fastball right down the middle, right at the camera, quite frankly. Wow. 0-2 count, 2 outs, runner at second base, 0-0 bottom of the second. The pitch, breaking ball, swung into the catcher's mitt, strike 3. Rizzo leaps off the mound, earning his second consecutive punch-out through 2 full innings. It's still 0-0 here at Lee Jordan Field. We'll be right back.
Baseball carries on in the second leg of this Saturday 7-inning doubleheader with Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. Nathan Riddle still on the hill. The starter hasn't allowed a run yet, but the same can be said of Matt Sue's first arm and Will Rizzo. 0-0 the score entering the top of the third. Matt Sue comes up with its 8-9 one-hitters, and Alex Thurston and Caleb Hannes, as well as the top of the order in Cooper Vest. Thurston and Hannes, both out of Valparaiso, both entered this doubleheader, batting .222 on the season. Both of them had an RBI last game. Thurston, who's at the plate now, digs in on the right side. Nathan Riddle, also a righty. University of Cincinnati Claremont. He deals. Misses blown away. Thurston in the first leg of this doubleheader went 0 for 2, but he recorded a sacrifice fly to bring home Matt Sue's second run. 1-0. Misses up high, an 82-mile-per-hour changeup, just couldn't find its footing.
Riddle really adjusting that plant area, just like Logan Mance did in Game 1.
That's right. He was the starter for Chugiak. 2-0. Changeup missed up high and away. Ball 3. Thurston ahead in this count. Riddle struggling in this inning. He deals the 3-0. This is blown away. Alex Thurston boards on a 4-pitch walk to bring up the 9-hitter and Caleb Hannes. But the title of 9-hitter comes with a certain expectation of inadequacy. Caleb Hannes has been anything but. He had 2 RBIs in the last game, struck a solo homer, his first of the year, not counting his home run in an exhibition affair back in June. He's been good. Righty-righty matchup, runner on first, 0-0, nobody out, top of the third. The pitch, he squares to bunt, lays it down right back at the mound. Riddle comes in, fields it at the shoe, throws on to first, just a bit wide, but first baseman Beck recovers, and Hannes is out. But that moves Alex Thurston into scoring position for the top of the order in Cooper Vest, who's already had a productive day with a triple and a single and 2 runs scored back in the first game.
Yeah. Great hitter to have, trying to score the game's first run. He's got plenty of RBIs on the season as well.
That's right. Vest is second on the minors roster in RBIs with 17, only beat by the man on deck, Emilio Barreras, who has 21. Righty-lefty matchup, Vest out of BYU at the dish. The pitch. Front door curveball kicks inside and low for strike one. Riddle out of University of Cincinnati Claremont. In 2021, he led that team with a 6-1 record. Had a good strikeout to walk ratio up near 11. The 0-1. Best swings, peppers it down the right field line, but foul.
Is that so? 11.
That's
And
right.
foul ball brought to
A
you by
strikeout to
Coach
walk ratio of 10.96. He was fourth in his conference in Ks in 2021. He was actually All-American honorable mention for the USCAA. That's the small college division. Runner on second, one away. The 0-2. Vest watches a breaking ball high and away at 75 miles an hour for ball one. And in that small college World Series, he went 12 innings, registered 2 wins, also struck out 15, and his team finished second nationally. 1-2 for Vest. Riddle taking his time, decides on home from the stretch. Changeup misses high. 2-2 the count for Vest. The Matsu slugger has had his fair share of problems in the realm of strikeouts this season, with 20 of them. This being game 33 on the year. That means he strikes out at least once, or he strikes out in 2/3 of the games, essentially. 2-2 count. Thurston on second, one away, nothing the score. Top of the third inning in a 7-inning affair. Vest calls timeout at home plate. Riddle's taken a while on the mound. Juxtapose that with Ethan Like, who was going fewer than 15 seconds between pitches in game one for Matsu. Riddle comes set. 2-2 pitch on the way. Vest swings and misses. 77-mile-per-hour curveball tied him up, blown away for the second out of this inning, and it's up to Emilio Barreras to try and plate Thurston for second base.
Number 1, Emilio Barreras.
Remember yesterday, in the loss to the Bucks, Matsu lost 9-5. Alex Thurston doubled to lead off an inning, but was stranded at second base.
Yeah, there he is now. Yeah.
Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch to the GCU product. He swings, chops it down the first base line, but just foul.
Theme for today, theme all season. These Matsu hitters like to swing on the first pitch they see. It's a bold strategy. It's worked out from time to time.
Well, Emilio Barreras especially enjoys doing that. We've been seeing him swing at the first pitch since the first week of the season, and he led off that game for this team. The 0-1, inside and low, a ball. Fastball missed at 84 miles an hour. 1-1 count for Barreras. As we mentioned, he's got that team leading 21 RBIs this season. Runner on second. 2 away. 1-1. Fastball misses up high, just 82 miles per hour. 2-1 the count for Barreras. Riddle this season boasts a 7.05 earned run average. 2-1. Barreras swings at the late-breaking curve, pops it up foul down the left field line and out of play.
Ball brought to you by
That moves the count to 2-2 for Emilio. And he doesn't strike out a whole lot in the 27 games he's played now. He's only struck out 6 times.
Remarkable. Truly unbelievable. Great stuff in this day and age of many strikeouts.
2-2. Barreras swings and misses, tied up inside. Nathan Riddle does something that few pitchers have been able to do, which is strike out Emilio Barreras and Cooper Vest back-to-back. That does it for the top of the third. It stays 0-0. We're going to keep it here because it's time to bring up our second Pickaxe Pickle of the day, our second trivia question. It's a doubleheader, so why not have two? We'll answer this in the 5th inning, but Matsu played its first full doubleheader of 2023 on Independence Day at the Peninsula Oilers. On July 4th, 1939, the Boston Red Sox and the Philadelphia A's played a historic doubleheader. Red Sox actually played 2 today with the Mets, but
What record did those two squads set in a pair of contests? And what feat did Boston's third baseman Jim Tabor accomplish the same day? We'll have the answer to that in the middle of the 5th inning. But now we come back here. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 0-0 the score between Matsu and Chugiak here in the 2nd leg of the doubleheader at Lee Jordan Field in Chugiak, Alaska, just shy of the banks of the Eagle River. To my right is Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. Will Rizzo on the bump, his 3rd inning of work and his first start of the season for Matsu. He hasn't started in over a year. His last appearance in the starting role came in 2022, last season, a year and 6 days ago in the Northwoods League for the Eau Claire Express. And that game did not exactly go Will Rizzo's way. He earned the loss in that 6-2 affair. The Express lost to the Waterloo Bucks. That was on July 16th, 2022. Rizzo in that game, his last start, went 3 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 5 earned runs, a walk, and 4 Ks. He threw 2 innings here, no hits, no runs, 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and 1 strikeout. He's got the top of the order to deal with for Chugiak and Michael Kelly, Ryan Callahan, and Ryan Leonasia. The righty out of Nebraska on the hill against the lefty center fielder in Kelly at the dish. Kelly out of East Stroudsburg. First pitch. Misses high and inside for a ball. 1-0. Kelly grounded out to short his first time up. He also was the 9-hitter in Game 1, going 0 for 2. The 1-0. Swings and pops it foul off to the left side, now to play.
That foul ball brought to you by JR Septic Pumping and Excavation.
Kelly, a Pennsylvania native, vest from Texas, out in College Station. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and dribbled foul off to the left side.
That foul ball brought to you by Three Bears, Alaska.
1-2 count. Rizzo has only struck out 1 thus far. Michael Kelly did strike out in Game 1. That was against Ethan Like, Matsu's 7-inning pitcher in that affair. The 1-2. Backdoor curve misses high and away. It's a 2-2 count. Rizzo, not exactly a fan of attacking the zone when he gets to 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's not, but ultimately he's been pretty solid overall.
2-2 pitch to Kelly. Fastball high and away, 92 miles per hour, but it couldn't catch the zone. So a full count for Kelly. That makes it the 3rd time that Rizzo has taken a batter to a full count in this game. The first was Michael Kelly.
Yeah, he does struggle with command from time to time.
The full count pitch, he deals. Front door curveball swung on and hammered into right field. Kelly is aboard the single, and that's the first hit of the game for the Chinooks. Nobody out. Runner on first for Ryan Callahan. That's the first time this 2nd leg of the doubleheader that Chugiak did not lead off the inning with an out. Kelly, the first leadoff man, with a hit. That brings up Callahan. He reached on a hit by pitch his first time up. He bats from the right side. Plays left field. He made it to second after Rizzo balked. That was the 2nd balk dealt by a Matsu pitcher all season. The righty comes set on the bump. Fires home. Swung on, popped up behind first base. Tailing into right field. Down the line, Carpenter chases, fighting the sun. He makes the grab. Corralled that ball just in front of the green brim of his hat while fighting the sun with his other hand blocking his Viper sunglasses. 1 away, 1 on for the 3-hitter, Ryan Leonasia. He's the top hitter for this Chugiak roster as far as average. He ended this doubleheader with a 3.05 line. That bumped up in that first game to 323. Leonasia, 32 hits and now 100 at-bats. So really, it's down to 320 because he flied out his first time up. Righty-righty matchup. Rizzo pitching from the stretch. Deals. Swung on, dribbled to short, Barreras fields it on the ground, throws to second for 1, the flip to first, in time! Matsu with its first inning-ending double play of Game 2, its 3rd on the day. And the Miners
hold the Chinooks to nothing on one hit in the third. We move on to the fourth inning, and Matsu's got the heart of its order due up in Vergara, Carpenter, and Haley, the 3-4-5 hitters. We'll be back in just a moment, still knotted up at zeros. Welcome back into Lee Jordan Field in Chugiak, Alaska with Austin Barach. I'm Jesse Cook. The score is exactly as it started, 0-0. Matsu's got the meat of its lineup due up in the 3-4-5 hitters, Alex Vergara, Caden Carpenter, and Maddox Haley. Vergara leading off. He's a rising senior at Lipscomb, and last time up he smashed a double to left center field. Nathan Riddle still on the bump. The University of Cincinnati Claremont pitcher digs in from the right side. First pitch, Vergara takes a big cut and misses. Foul tipped it really into the catcher's mitt for strike one. 0-1 count for Vergara. He entered this doubleheader batting at an astonishing .339 on-base percentage with a .255 batting average. The 0-1, this is low and away, and catcher Blake Wilhoit didn't even reach for it. That's how bad the pitch was. 1-1 count for Vergara. He's made splashes in the field this season. He had a stretch of 3 straight days with a highlight reel diving catch. At the bat, he's shown it off, too, with 3 home runs. The 1-1. Fastball low and away, called a strike. That moves the count to 1-2. For all Vergara is worth with the bat, strikeouts have been an issue. He's got 11 of them. That in 16 games. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball low and away, just missed. 2-2 count for Riddle. That pitch came in at 78 miles per hour, considerably slower than the stuff with which he started the game, up around 84. 2-2, bases empty, nobody out. Leadoff man this inning. The 2-2. Vergara swings at the curveball and misses. Drop to an E. Nathan Riddle has another strikeout, 2 innings. Rather, 3 innings. That's his 3rd K in a row after downing Beston Barreras to end the 3rd. That brings up Caden Carpenter. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to second base in this game. In the first affair, he was bombastic with a 2 for 4 line and an RBI. First pitch to the lefty, he swings, drives it deep down the right field line, hanging towards the wall. Broom in pursuit. That's got highway mileage. No, Broom brings it back. He leapt at the wall, snagged it. That ball was bound for a parking lot, and instead it's back on the field. Braden Broom brings back the first run of this game with a grab over the wall. Caden Carpenter seemed hell-bent for his 2nd home run of the year, but it's all for naught. 2 away and nobody on. Nathan Riddle takes a deep breath on the hill because this game was just saved. Still only the top of the 4th inning, but that is a can't-miss, must-see play. It brings up Maddox Haley, the designated hitter for Matsu. Righty-righty matchup, first pitch to the San Diego State product. He watches a fastball low and inside for a ball. Broom didn't play in game 1, but great work out there, the 1-0. Haley checks his swing on a bouncing curve. Home plate umpire says he went around, and that's a strike. Haley made his first appearance in more than a week in the first contest today. He's been struggling with ankle pain, and it showed. He was hobbling around the bases. That's not a metaphor. He was quite literally limping. The 1-1. He swings, cuts it off to the right side, foul and out of play. Haley had a double for his first hit back in the lineup, and it really went wrong for him because it could have been more. The ball puttered around in the corner, but Haley could barely move getting to first base. He was inching his way along, and somehow he ended up scoring. 1-2. This is blown away. Haley is back in the lineup because he can swing the bat and put pressure on his right leg. And also with Landon Rogers and Steven Lancia taking scheduled off days, head coach Tyler Brunn doesn't have a whole lot of options. 2-2 the count for Haley. The pitch. He swings, ropes it up the middle for a base hit. Haley chugging on to first base. Looks a little more comfortable on that right ankle there than he did earlier, but nevertheless, he's aboard. That brings up Braden Rogers. He last caught a full game on June 8th. Steven Lancia, Austin Machado, and Grant Farlander have shouldered the load for most of the season, but with Machado and Farlander gone, when Lancia needs to take an off day, it falls to Braden Rogers, and he caught all of last game, doing the same today. The first pitch, the righty swings, pops it up behind first base. Back in pursuit, in foul ground, looking for room, fighting the sun, and it falls right in front of him. Second time today, a Chinooks fielder has had trouble battling the sunlight to pick a pop-up.
Yeah, it's one of those days where anything in the air is no easy out. I mean, we saw Caden Carpenter make what is usually a routine play in right field a harder play out there. He did a great job battling the sun, but yeah, we saw it, that shortstop, second base area in game 1, that error with the middle infield of Chugiak. Nothing is for certain today.
That's correct. The 0-1, Rogers watches the fastball low and away. Popped out of Will Hoyt's mitt, but no action on the bases. 1-1 the count for Rogers. You got to circle back to that Caden Carpenter play. He smashed the ball over the fence. Broom leapt up and brought it back. And that totally changed the complexion of this game. Really, it actually kept it feeling like a pitcher's duel. 1-1 count. Riddle from the stretch. Swung on and popped up. Shallow right field. Broom races in. Second baseman Leonasia calls him off. Lifts up and dropped the ball! Fell out of his glove, but Haley can't make it home. He had to hobble to third. Matt Sue, lucky break after a muffed pop-up. Austin, we were just talking about it.
It strikes again. The Sun Devil, whatever you want to call it, is plaguing the Chinooks right now. They are unable to battle the sun.
And you have to wonder what's going on because the Matsu fielders have not had this issue. Given a second chance at life here in the fourth inning, Sebastian Tomerlin comes up to bat with 2 men in scoring position, 2 away, nothing the score in the top of the fourth inning. Righty-lefty matchup. Riddle from the stretch. Swung on and tailed to the backstop foul. So Carpenter had a home run brought back by Broom, one of the best defensive spectacles we've seen in the Alaska Baseball League this season. And 2 batters later, Leonasia, who's been short-footed at second, muffs a pop-up, the second one that the middle infielders have dropped in this doubleheader. The 0-1, Tomlin swings, dribbles it to second. Can't misplay that. Leonasia picks it up, fires on the first, and he got him. So Matsu is given a second chance, but sometimes it doesn't happen then. We move on, bottom of the fourth inning coming up. Chinooks grabbing the bat, still 0-0. Blue skies and green grass characterize this game. A hot day in Chugiak. And the Matsu Bats were just as electric in Game 1, up 8-2 at the finish of that. But Game 2, everything is tapered off as calm as water on a windless day. Will Rizzo, on the other hand, has been all fireworks. This team has a motto, carry the boats, carry the logs, meaning that everybody has to shoulder the load. And Rizzo, who normally only comes in for an inning or less, is on the hill for his 4th inning of work. He normally doesn't start, hasn't made a start since last summer in the Northwoods League. But here in Alaska, he's starting Game 2. He's on the hill for his 4th inning of work. He's only allowed 1 hit in the first 3 innings. Struck out a pair. Walked 2, hit 1. Now he's got the meat of this order for the 2nd time, and 4-hitter Blake Wilhoit, John Whitney, and Ryan Matheson. Righty-lefty matchup with Wilhoit. The catcher walked his first time up, the first bases on balls of the day. Rizzo out of Nebraska shakes off a signal, now nods from the windup. Backdoor curveball misses up high. Rizzo this season had not gone longer than 2 innings. Now he's in his 4th. 1-0. Backdoor curveball called a strike, low and away. Nothing the score. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of the 4th inning. Jesse Cook and Austin Barach with you. The 1-1. Swung on, popped up, left side, and out of play.
And football brought to you by Dakota Diggers.
Austin Rizzo told us before the game that he's ready to go as long as the team needs him. There hasn't been any action in the bullpen so far.
Love that mentality out of him. He's willing to do anything for this team.
He fires 1-2. Swing and a miss behind the curveball. Blake Wilhoit fooled. He couldn't catch up. And there's 1 up, 1 down in the bottom of the 4th inning.
You know a curveball really works when the batter has a haphazard swing. I mean, Wilhoit totally confused on that one.
That's right. It's one thing if you're behind the fastball, but he couldn't catch up to a curveball. Here's John Whitney also batting from the left side, the DH. First pitch, fastball kicks too far inside and low. Ball 1. Whitney out of Samford University. He's a Florida native. 1-0 pitch. Swung on, driven to deep right field. Highway mileage, and that ball is out of here. John Whitney homers to make it a 1-0 Chinooks lead with 1 away in the bottom of the 4th.
Gentlemen, that home run brought to you by Trenton Miles.
Well, that's not only the first home run of the season for John Whitney, it's his first extra base hits. Wow.
Sometimes your biggest swings come in the biggest moments. Whitney gives his team the lead, up 1-0 now. That brings up Ryan Matheson. The righty operates as a 2-way player, sometimes in the field, sometimes pitching. He's 0 for 1 thus far. Rizzo's first pitch to him. Front door curveball called a strike, low and inside. Good rebound pitch after a long home run.
One of those off the crack of the bat, you kind of thought it would be gone, and it was.
Rizzo's 0-1. Fastball at the knees, strike 2. Yeah, that's one of those pitches, like you said, you knew it right away. Whitney, it was the sound, it was the swing, everything was level. The ball was out in a minute. The 0-2. Front door curveball checked his swing but didn't go around. They defer to the first base umpire who agrees with the home plate man. No, he did not.
Wow.
1-2 count. Matsu had a jump start in the first game thanks to a Caleb Hanna's homer. Now Chugiak has one of their own in Game 2. 1-2 on the way. Front door curveball right down the middle for strike 3. And Braden Rogers tries to throw the ball around the horn but ends up sending it into left field. I guess if you're going to have an error on a play, it should come on a non-pitch. Rizzo has his 2nd strikeout of the inning, his 4th of the game. That brings up Tommy Rover. He walked his only time up. The shortstop bats from the left side. He played in the first game. First pitch to the lefty on the way. He swings, fouls it off to the left side.
That foul ball brought to you by Chepo's.
Rover in that first game really struggled. He went 0 for 3. He recorded a sacrifice bunt, but besides that, didn't produce at all. Rizzo's 0-1. Backdoor curveball misses up high, 79 miles per hour. And that shows how strong Rizzo is with changing up his speeds, because his fastball has gotten up to 94 today. That's a difference of 15 miles per hour. His 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on, dribble down the first base line. Best charges right near the bag, picks up and scoops onto the base. That's the third out. Rizzo faces 4 batters in the 4th inning, only allows 1 hit, but that 1 knock was a long home run from John Whitney. Chugiak leads 1-0 as we head on to the 5th. Mets to grab the bats with the 8-9 one-hitters. We'll be back in just a moment.
It's 1-0 Chugiak as we enter the top of the 5th inning alongside Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach. That one run, that difference maker, is John Whitney's solo shot in the bottom of the 4th off of Will Rizzo. And so the Matsu Miners have 9 outs to work with here to try to come back from 1 run. It begins with Alex Thurston, then Caleb Hannes, and Cooper Vest. Thurston worked a walk back in the 3rd inning. Riddle's still on the mound for the Chinooks. The pitch is a strike down the middle. Thurston showed bunt for half a second, but never really thought about laying it down. Riddle has gone at least 4 innings in every outing so far. Here he is in the top of the 5th. That one sails low and away. 1-1 the count to Alex. Beautiful day here in Chugiak. Thurston told us, Jesse, before the games began, why can it be like this every day? The 1-1 checked his swing, called a strike at the top of the zone. Questionable call. It's 1-2.
I think he followed that up with thinking he should be grateful about it.
Yeah.
And he should be grateful for the day he's had. Already had that hit. He walked today. He's hitting the ball well.
Matsu could use a few more hits here to rally from 1 run. The pitch, outside ball 2. Riddle's last 2 outings, he's allowed double-digit hits in each one of them. Today he's allowed just 2 here in the top of the 5th. The 2-2 swung on and flared over us. Remains 2-2. Thurston, rising senior at Valpo, out of Fowler, Indiana. 2-2. Crank to right center field. Broom looks up and makes the grab battle in the sun with his momentum carrying him towards the warning track. A long first out of the top of the 5th. And it brings up Caleb Hannes.
Now batting for the Miners, number 7, Caleb Hannes.
So second straight inning where A Miners batter is sent the long one to right field. Carpenter in the fourth. Now Thurston here in the fifth, and it brings up Caleb Hannes, who already went yard today back in game one. That came in the fourth inning. Pitch, curveball, a strike on the latter half of the plate. Riddle still out of the stretch. He fires. Fastball. Foul tip off of Hannes is 1-1. Everybody resets after collecting that foul ball that entered fair territory after ricocheting off of Hannes' body. The pitch, blown away, ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the 9-hitter Caleb Hannes. He's been such a solid third baseman for Tyler Brunn this season. The pitch, curveball, ground ball up the middle, Rover snags it, fires on the first base. The run gets past Beck. It was a low throw. Hannes goes back to first base because Wilhoit, the catcher, hustled over to back up the play. That ground ball hit off the mound. Rover fired low, and it got by.
Now back to the Miners, number 17, Cooper Vest.
All right, here's the leadoff man, Cooper Vest, with 1 on and 1 out in the top of the 5th. Catcher sets up outside. The delivery finds the spots. A fastball on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Vest 0 for 2 in game 2. Ground out to short and a strikeout swinging. Middle infield and double play depth. Cooper was seeing it really well in game 1. Couple base hits in that one. The 0-1. Fastball cranked to right field. Lots of base hits. Right on cue. Hannes round second base. Going for third. He's in easily. Runners are at the corners after Cooper Vest nails a base hit to right field. And the Miners have something brewing here in the 5th.
The second time today, we've seen Vest move Hannes over to third with a single, and that happened in game 1, the 6th inning. Matsu ended up bringing home both runners.
Now back to the Miners, number 1.
Same exact lineup. Barreras up after that. He moved Hannes home with an RBI groundout on a hit and run. So does history repeat itself, Austin?
Let's see. Let's hope so if you're a Matsu fan. Emilio with 21 ribbies on the season shows bunts, and it's foul off of the leg or so of Wilhoit, the catcher. So potentially a suicide squeeze right there. The corners were playing in to begin with.
Yeah, Barreras' bunt had a weird spin off of it, and it hit Wilhoit's foot. It missed the pads, hit the bottom of his cleat.
Runners at the corner, 1 away. In the top of the 5th, Miners trail 1-0. Riddle's 0-1 shows bunts down the first baseline. Here comes Hannes. The play goes to first base on the other hand, scoop, and the game is tied. Barreras gets the job done, and we are knotted up at 1 apiece in the top of the 5th.
One could say history repeats itself. Vest moves into second as Barreras puts a ground ball, in this case a sacrifice bunt, down the line to the right side to bring home Caleb Hannes.
So that's Emilio's 22nd RBI of the season. That bunt also advanced Cooper Vest to second base. So the go-ahead run is 180 feet away with Alex Vergara at the dish. And the left fielder takes strike 1, nailing the outside corner. Vergara has a double and a strikeout swinging so far in game 2. Alex is up to 8 extra base hits on the young season for him. The righty looks at a ball way outside. It's 1-1.
Vergara had 36 extra base hits this season at Lipscomb, with 50 RBIs. Riddle checks second, goes home. The pitch up the middle. That's a base hit. Vest rounds third base. He's being waved home. The throw to the plate, not in time. Alex Vergara has an RBI single, and the Matsu Miners have taken the lead. It's 2-1.
Same formula, different game, same result. Matsu puts Vest and Hannah's on the corners and brings them both around, just like it happened in Game 1. And really, it makes me think of the comeback against the Chinooks over a week ago, right here, where Vest and Vergara helped bring around Caleb Hannes.
You stole the words from my mouth, Jesse. I was just going to say, that go-ahead run from Cooper Vest was very reminiscent of Cooper Vest scoring the go-ahead run right here 9 days ago in the top of the 9th inning. Here he is in the top of the 5th in a 7-inning second leg of the doubleheader. And boy, has this game flipped as it always seems to do against the Chinooks. There's always a point in the game where the momentum changes, turns on its head. It was not, 20 minutes ago when John Whitney took Will Rizzo yard, and that is long forgotten about at this point. Chinooks head coach walks to the mound. Nate Riddle's day might be done, and it, in fact, is. The infield runs in, and a pitching change shall occur here at Lee Jordan Field. Riddle works it in the 5th, but gives up 2 runs here in the last few minutes. He leaves, and we will as well for just a few minutes. We'll be right back with the Miners now up 2-1. We're back here in Chugiak, Alaska. The Miners have taken a 2-1 lead. Nate Riddle's day is done. He went 4 2/3 innings, allowing 4 hits, 2 runs. None of them earned because of that error that put Hannah's aboard. He also walked 1 and struck out 3. But he might be in for the loss. Here is Aaron Plotkin, who comes in with a 1.76 ERA and a 0.87 whip. First ball is cranked into the gap by Caden Carpenter The right fielder places it in front of the right fielder, Brandon Broom. Vergara scampers over to third base. One pitch and a absolute missile of a single for Caden Carpenter. Runners at the corner, still with 2 outs for Matsu.
Caden Carpenter is not one to fly under the radar, but it feels like his good games always come quietly because he does it by way of singles and walks. And there's another one. Like you said, the right fielder for Matsu puts it right in front of the right fielder for Chugiak. Great play that puts Vergara on third. Great stuff.
Great stuff indeed. That's Carpenter's third base hits of the day, and it brings up Maddox Haley. Runners at the corner, 2 away. Matsu up 2-1, top of the 5th. Plotkin's pitch stopped in the turf, ranging to the right, is Will Hoyt 1-0.
Great stop by Will Hoyt. He read where that pitch was going right away, and that shows when you really trusted your catcher, why you can trust your catcher well in Will Hoyt, because he knew where that pitch was going and threw his whole body at it. He didn't try to stab it with his glove. He said, let's just play it safe and get it.
Watkins 1-0. Breaking ball off the end of the bat, foul towards the backstop. Watkin, a rising senior out of Stephen F. Austin, has faced the minors 3 times previously. Last time out, July the 13th here in Chugiak. Went 2/3 of an inning, allowing 1 walk and a strikeout. Faced just 3 batters. His last appearance was at the Bucks 5 days ago. Went 2 innings, 0 earned runs. The 1-1 here to Haley. The pitch, fastball left up high and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Maddox has a base hit in both days today, and right now he takes a time. Perhaps something wrong with his bat. He points towards the dugout. He hands off the bat to starting pitcher from yesterday, Cannon Daly, and waits for a new bat, and he gets one here. The bat that he replaced was a tan yellowish, and now he has a black bat facing a 2-1 count. Vergara 90 feet away at third. Carpenter at first base. Plotkin in a 2-1 count, top of the 5th. Matsu up 2-1. The pitch, fastball misses low. Will Hoyt dropped to both knees. It's 3-1.
Keep in mind, everything that has transpired in this frame has come with 2 outs. Matsu doing a great job of staying alive in counts with 2 strikes and in innings with 2 outs.
Barreras was the second out on that sacrifice bunt that scored a run. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. High breaking ball, and it's a full count.
The important thing for Maddox here is to put the ball in the air, and he knows it. It's very difficult for him to run on that right ankle, so beating out an infield hit doesn't exactly exist in his playbook. He's got to put it in the air.
The payoff. Runner goes, it's in the turf, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Braden Rogers.
Braden is someone who is due by many means. He did hit that double in Game 1, but besides that, it's been a story of pop-outs and fly-outs. He reached on an error last time up, but everything else today has been by way of an air raid out.
But honestly, popping it up right here wouldn't be the worst thing with how the Chinooks have done against the Sun.
Honestly, they can't play the ball. They've had 2 muffed pop-ups in fair play.
Bases juiced, 2 outs. Plotkin's pitch, fastball, laced up the middle. Could it get down? Yes, it does! Vergara scores. Here comes Carpenter. He's in as well on the slide. It's a 4-1 game on a 2-run single from Braden Rogers.
Rogers took a nice pitch low in the zone. He didn't uppercut. He made good, solid contact low in his swing and sent it out there.
Maddox Haley went to second base on that base hit, and he is now being pitch hit for by Nolan Tucker. Tucker did not play in Game 1, has not appeared so far today. The usual second baseman, his teammate at Valpo, Alex Thurston, has had those responsibilities thus far today in Chugiak. We'll see if Tucker plays the field, but with Haley as the designated hitter, in all likelihood, Tucker will stay in that role. So here is Sebastian Tomlin. He represents the 9th batter of this top of the 5th. He's grounded out to second base both times in Game 2 today. The pitch. Swung on, drilled to deep right field. Broom looks up at the wall, he jumps, it's over his head, it's a home run! Sebastian Tomlin unleashes a moonshot, his first stinger of the season, and the game is totally opened up. It's 7-1 Matsu.
Tomlin crushed that ball, did a great job of seeing it on the inside half of the plate. Really good work for him, good eye to see where that ball was creeping in. We've been talking about it. He hits the ball hard, but he's been turning around foul lately. Now he straightens one out, and it is gone.
Unbelievable. So here's Alex Thurston with runners all having scored. Thurston takes strike one on the outside corner. Wow. I'm basically speechless. Tomlin entered today with all singles for base hits. He had a double in Game 1 and now a home run in Game 2. Pitch to Thurston is called a strike in the outside corner.
Good things come to those who wait. You keep your average up with base hits, eventually it's going to turn into more power, and Tomlin has been working with that all season long.
Plotkins 0-2, fastball misses, blown away. I remember before Game 1 of the season, Jesse, on June 5th against the Chinooks, head coach Tyler Brunn told Seabass, you can hit above 300 in this league. And before today, obviously that wasn't the case, but what Seabass has done today has been remarkable as Plotkin freezes Thurston on a backdoor curveball for strike 3 that retires the side. But not after many runs scored. 7. Matsu puts up a 7 spot in the top of the 5th through 4.5. It is a 6-run game. And I believe right now we will revisit Pickaxe Pickle for the second edition of today's trivia.
You're right, Austin. So, Matsu is playing in what is likely its final doubleheader of the season, but the first full doubleheader of 2023 came on Independence Day at the Oilers. On Independence Day in 1939, July 4th, the Red Sox and the Philadelphia A's played a historic doubleheader. What record did those two squads set in the pair of contests, and what extra feat did Boston's third baseman Jim Tabor accomplish on the same day?
Let's go with innings played, and let's go with hitting for the cycle.
That's tough. That's rough for you, a rough look. So Matsu and the A's, again out of Philly at that point, combined for 54 runs in a doubleheader, the most ever in one doubleheader in one day. Red Sox won 17-7 in Game 1, 18-12 in Game 2. And Jim Tabor hit a pair of grand slams in Game 1, not just in the doubleheader in one game. He was the second player of all time to do that after the Yankees' Tony Lazzeri. So that's pretty insane, especially considering the home run montage we've seen here.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a pair of great trivia questions today.
That's what they tell me. I am the greatest. So in the words of Ricky Henderson and Muhammad Ali.
In Game 1, I guess 2 grand slams, but I guess that's the answer to the old Game 2.
Right place, wrong time. Isn't that a Barry Manilow song? I think so. You know, we met at the right place at the wrong time. I don't remember what song. I love Barry Manilow, and all of his songs sort of sound the same.
I'm not familiar with his songs.
Barry's great. The State Farm jingle? That's one of them.
Oh, really?
He's great on jingles.
So here's Will Rizzo against Ty Beck. The righty deals the lefty for a strike on the outside corner breaking ball. What I'm also unfamiliar with is Will Rizzo entering his 5th inning of work. Again, his longest outing before today, 2 innings on June 21st. The 0-1 is peppered in on the top of the zone. 0-2 the count to Ty Beck.
Rizzo has done a good job of keeping his pitch count low. Hasn't gone more than 19 pitches in any inning.
Pitch, swing and a miss.
Rather, not more than 20 pitches in any inning.
It's actually the second strike. I thought the first 2 were also strikes.
I was with you there.
All right, then. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rizzo kicks and deals. That one just off the outside corner on the backdoor breaking ball. 2-2. That is interesting. Could have sworn it was an 0-2 count on that swing and miss. But here we are. 7-1, the lead for Matsu here in the bottom of the 5th. Rizzo's pitch. Below the knees, ball 3. Back today is 0 for 1 with a strikeout, swinging back in the second. One of 3 strikeout victims to Will Rizzo. The payoff pitch. Fastball. Tags the inside corner. Froze Ty Beck. He's down with his second strikeout against Rizzo today. 1 away in the bottom of the 5th.
That was a funny reaction for Rizzo after that pitch. He knew what the call was going to be before it even hit the mitt and slammed his thighs, screaming out afterwards. He's an emotional player, and we first saw that explosion of expression against these Chinooks in his first appearance against them.
So here he faces the 9-hitter, Braden Broom, and he takes one off of the elbow/arm area, hit by pitch, the second one that Rizzo has committed today.
And a Will Rizzo fastball has to hurt more than most. That one was up at 92 miles per hour. Most pitchers in the ABL don't even reach above 85.
So they're checking on his right hand, it appears, for Braden Broom. He takes off that left elbow pad. Now talked with the home plate umpire, who might want an explanation where it hit him. It looks like he's pointing towards that right wrist area.
There was a question over whether or not he would have leaned into the pitch, and Broom was explaining that's impossible. It was right where his hands go for a bat. The umpire made a very late motion over the first.
Now at bat for your Chinooks is number 2, Mike Kelly.
So here comes leadoff man Mike Kelly. He's 1 for 2 with a ground out and a single here off of Rizzo in game 2. The pitch, runner goes to throw to second base, is called safe. The throw from Rogers was on time, rather on target, but maybe just a bit late.
I thought he had him. It looked like Broom made a tactful slide, waving his left arm in a swim motion over the tag to avoid any contact. Rogers did everything right.
So Broom is now 2 for 3 on stolen bases this season, runner in scoring position. Chinooks down 7-1 in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch trails outside for ball 2. Kelly the lefty, Rizzo the righty. Nebraska versus East Stroudsburg. The pitch, fastball, stings the bottom of the zone. It's 2-1. On deck is Callahan, Leonasia in the hole here in the bottom of the 5th. Rizzo checks second. Palmson deals home, fastball. Misses outside perhaps. It's 3-1. Outfield playing straight up. Cooper Vest, the first baseman, shading towards that first base line. 1-on-1 out. The pitch. In there for a strike. It's a full count. Kelly has just one extra base hit this season. A single, though, might score the runner Broom. The 3-2. Fastball off the end of the bat. Foul just to the left of the third base line. It was a late, very late swing from Kelly.
Well, he shot that like a pool cue.
And
And
the ball brought to you by
that worked really well. He got the momentum he wanted on it. It would have been a really tough play for Caleb Hannes to squirt down the line and make the play. So that's the right attitude for Chugiak, just the wrong spot.
Long look for Rizzo. He resets, checks second base. Goes home. Fastball misses way above the head of Brandon Rogers. Runner goes to third
That walk
base
brought to you by Lance and
as
Nani.
Kelly takes first base on the walk.
Now in bat for your Chinooks is number 25, Ryan Callahan.
Larry Westall is warming up for Matsu in the bullpen like he was earlier in the day in Game 1.
And it looks like this might be, in fact, the day for Will Rizzo, with Ty LeBron, the head coach, walking towards the mound with the rest of the infield. Rizzo has certainly done his job, reached the 5th inning. He's the normal closer for this team, and he had to start today. And now exits the game, leaving 2 runners aboard, but he went 4 1/3 strong innings, so far allowing just 1 earned run. And he's replaced by Larry Westall out of Incarnate Word. We'll be back in a few moments when Westall takes the bump. Stay with us. We're back. Here is Larry Westall, the side armor out of Incarnate Word, replaces the starter, Will Rizzo. Runners at the corners right here, 1 out. Home plate umpire calls time. He's pointing at the chain of Westall. Apparently, he has to tuck it in to his jersey. So here we go. Westall, 11 appearances on the year, a 2.38 ERA. He played yesterday against the Bucks, 1 inning, 3 hits, just 1 earned. The pitch, swing and a miss to the right-hand hitting Ryan Callahan, who is 0 for 1 on the day with a hit by pitch and a fly out to right. Rizzo went 4 1/3, allowing 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, only 2 hits. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and plunked over us. It's 0-2.
That foul ball brought to you by Northwest Carpet Company.
Both the runners are the responsibility of Rizzo. Westall peers in, gets the sign, throws home, and it's squirted out over the
That foul ball
visiting
brought to you by Jenner Septic Pump
dugout. Still
Excavation.
0-2. Westall yesterday had a couple of bad breaks, if you will, in the infield with shortstop and second base. ultimately there is an error mixed in there, so we allow just one earned run. The pitch is flared to shortstop. Barach fields it on the one hop. That's one out there. Second base throw to first, not in time. The run scores from third. So it's now a 7-2 game here in the bottom of the 5th.
Good play by Barreras off his back foot, making the throw to second. That's a difficult grab, but he worked it out.
So here comes the right-hand hitting Ryan Leonasia. 0 for 2 on the day. Fly out and a double play. The pitch. Stung on the outside corner for strike 1. So it's a 5-run game in the 5th inning. About 45 minutes ago, it was 0-0. Whitney took Rizzo yard. Matthew put up 7 in the top of the 5th. The pitch, big, hack and a miss on a pitch that would have been a ball outside. It's 0-2 to Leonasia. After the 7 runs in the top of the frame, the Chinooks have tacked on 1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Again, just a 7-inning game in the second leg of today's doubleheader. Miners won game 1 8-2. The pitch runs outside. So in the standings, the Miners are 18-14. The Chinooks are 12-19, 5.5 back of Matsu. Should the Miners win, their magic number becomes just 1. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and fouled out of play down the right field side. After today, the Miners are off tomorrow, and then are back here in Chugiak on Monday. The Chinooks host the Bucks tomorrow, so should the Bucks beat the Chinooks and Matthew wins here, the Miners will have clinched a playoff spot as Westall gets Leonasia to swing and miss on a pitch right down the middle. Chugiak scores 1 run, but after 5, Matsu still leads it 7-2. We'll be back in the 6th in just a few moments. We are back here in the top of the 6th inning. Matsu on top by a score of 7-2. I'm Austin Barach, and I'm joined to my left by both Jesse Cook and Miners pitcher Brandon Downer.
Oh yeah.
Brandon, you're back on with us. Are you happy with where you've been stationed so far today with us?
Yeah, it's more like, are you guys happy that I was stationed with you guys?
No,
today?
absolutely not. In all seriousness, it's great having you again, Brandon, as Hannes takes ball 1 outside against Plotkin, working in the 2nd inning of relief. The pitch, high and inside, ball 2. Downer, how do you process handling the radar gun and also just enjoying the game as a fan?
It's fun. I mean, because I get to watch the velos. I mean, the best part about baseball is seeing all the velos. So, I mean, being on the airgun and seeing all the velos is pretty awesome, to be honest. Because, like, it's not like at college, or I know at Cal Baptist, we have the velos shown on our video board so we can see all the pictures velos. So, being on velo here where I can see it. And
Watkins 3-0 misses up and in. It's a 4-pitch walk for Caleb Hannes.
Really, seeing the velocity, that's the best part for you. Is that just a pitching thing or from a fan standpoint?
I think it's a pitcher thing, because I mean, I like to see, like, also too, sometimes on, like, from the dugout, it's hard to tell maybe if the ball's cut or sunk a little bit, if it's a slider or two seam, to tell exactly what pitch it is by the velos.
1 on, nobody out for Cooper Vest, who rifled a single to right his last time up. Watkins pitch, fastball misses up and out of the zone for ball 1. Brandon, Matsu was down 1-0 entering the 5th inning and went on to score 7 runs. Did you see that coming?
I want to say I did, yes. I knew we weren't going to get shut out in this game. I knew we were going to get the bats hot. It's the first game the bats were really hot, a lot of barrels, so I knew it was coming.
1-1 the count. That one's called a strike. The latter half of the plate. I mean, you're right. A lot of barrels in game 1. Do you think it's easy for guys to transition from a game 1 to a game 2 in the same day?
I want to say it is, yes. I mean, going day to day, maybe not so much, but I mean, when you're hot, and one day you're hot, I mean, I feel like you want to get as many as bats as you can in one day if you're seeing the ball well.
1-2 count as Vest fouls one of the backstop.
And Brandon, I think we owe you, Will Russo, and Stephen Lancey a thank you, because all three of you have been helping out the broadcast crew today, helping just cameras or get food. What's it like being a part of a team like this?
It's great. I mean, it's everyone pitching in, especially when I'm in here with you guys, trying to pitch in to help the broadcast as much as I can. So, I mean, it's always fun.
Vest loops a single up the middle, so he's got back-to-back singles. Hannes trots on to second base, so there are 2 on with no outs here in the 6th. Matthew trying to tack on some more runs. Brandon, we see you show off the camera skills as of late. Is that a sneaky passion project of you, working with cameras?
No, it's just something that is fun to do right now. It's taking videos with the camera, going around the locker room, going around.
Emilio tags a line drive right at Beck. The first baseman snags it and doubles up Vest back at first base. So that's the unfortunate side of baseball sometimes, when you barrel it up so hard and it turns into a double play. So now 2 outs and a runner at second base here in the top of the 6th.
Yeah, Emilio sprinted that ball down the line. He took the inside contact well. When you see someone like Barreras who can barrel the ball on the inner half of the plate really well, but also knows how to send it the other way, what's your approach on the hill?
Honestly, I can't tell you right now. I've been thinking the same thing with Emilio, because especially too, because we will play him this year. So
that's right.
At TCU, so I couldn't tell you, not that I don't want him to hear anything, but I'm still trying to figure out the same thing, what his weakness is in his swing, because he has a good BP right there. He's been hitting balls hard today. Fastball's high, fastball's low, so maybe making him chase is probably going to be the approach when it comes season time.
Vergara takes a strike outside. I mean, Alex is a big-time power hitter in his own right. Spot can check second base. He fires home. The pitch is popped up out of play. What has been your approach in your experience going against power hitters such as Alex Vergara?
Throwing soft, low, and away. Because I feel like power hitters, they all want something hard. So I think going slider, change up, low and away, make them get their hands, because they want their hands extended, but getting their hands too extended where they either pop it up or put it on the ground is probably the best method that I try to use.
You and Vergara both came to the team in the middle of the season. What was that adjustment like?
I mean, just getting to know everyone and getting to bond with everyone and getting back with the team, because obviously everyone knew each other for 3-4 weeks for us here, so just getting to glue in and fit in with everybody.
The 0-2 to Alex. The pitch. Checked his swing. High curveball. Missed the zone. Called a ball. Blocking wanted it to be a strike. Started to run off the hill. Here's one, Brandon. We've talked about it. It's been a storyline, obviously, in the locker room as well these last couple of days. Richardson leaves. Whitehead leaves. You're now one of, like, 3, quote-unquote, normal starters left. Do you feel like there's an added sense of pressure on you?
I don't know. I mean,
Wow.
every day I'm going to go out there and give it my all. So, I mean, it's not like I can do more than I can already do, you know? So, I mean, I don't feel no added pressure. I mean, I already know what days I'm going to start. Just go out there and give it the 100% I got.
Barach takes a pitch low outside. Stays alive in the count, 2-2.
So what's the atmosphere like with the 10 active pitchers on this team now that have had more responsibility thrust on their shoulders?
I mean, for sure, I think the more responsibility is coming now from our bullpen. I think.
As Vergara sends a high foul ball deep towards the bottom of the hill beyond that 325 marker. That was a moonshot that went foul. Not the first time we've seen that today. Not the first time we've seen that out of Alex this season.
But keep going about the feeling with the other pitchers.
I feel like it's more the bullpen now has more responsibility because now some guys might need to throw back-to-backs or they haven't thrown back-to-backs and be more uncomfortable with it. Because, I mean, as a starter, I'm going on my everyday 5 days. So, I mean, it's more the bullpen taking that load.
2-2, swung on and roped foul again. Vergara got not as much this time, but still a long foul ball. We saw Westall, he's pitching here on back-to-back days. We saw Rizzo, a normal closer, start today. We saw Ethan Lake, a normal reliever, go 7 complete innings in Game 1. Is that really inspiring to know that, hey, you guys are short on starters, but relievers can go long innings as well?
That fires up the whole team right there, seeing Light go out there and those 7 innings, CG and Rizzo going out there going into the 5th inning and doing his magic today. That's very inspiring. It really fires up the clubhouse, that's for sure.
Vergara sends a foul ball on the third baseline, this time foul on the ground. Still 2-2. Been another long at-bat here for Vergara. Blocking, can't get out of this top of the 6th. Matsu up 7-2 with a runner in second base in Caleb Hannes, who reached on a walk and got moved up with a single from Cooper Vest. Watkins' pitch, curveball left high, so brings up another full count.
And maybe this one might as well go win it now, huh?
That seems to be the philosophy with this team. If you're Vergara, what are you looking for?
I think he's going to go fastball here. I mean, curveball got gamed foul. He just threw for a ball. I think he's going hard here.
What are you predicting? Home run?
I'm going to go double in the gap.
All right, double in the gap. Left center, right center?
Left center.
Left center, right. Here we go. Payoff pitch. Swung on, belted to deep left field. That one is long gone. See ya into the trees. Alex Vergara goes yard. Oh, Brandon, you should have called it a home run. It's 9-2.
I could have been like Grant.
Could have been like Grant.
I got the fastball correct, though. So
Vergara has his 4th home run of the season. It's a 7-run game in favor of Matsu. My goodness.
4th home run of the day between these two teams. 5 if you count Carpenter's, which got brought back. This has been an all-out, powerful show from both these teams. That pitch, I mean, that was a no-doubter.
Brandon, you know we're going to clip this with you doubting Alex Vergara.
I wasn't doubting him. I mean, I don't feel like a double is doubting someone. I mean, so.
That's a lot of talk for a lot of doubt. It sounded like you doubted him.
I mean, if I doubt him, calling him a double, then I'm sorry, Alex.
You got left field right.
I did get left field correct, and I got the fastball correct, too. So I got 2 out of 3 correct.
You know your stuff.
Yeah.
Carpenter takes a ball out of the zone, 1-0 count to him. The pitch, fastball misses low. Mike, this has to be the most home runs we've seen in one day. I mean,
most we've seen is 2.
The Miners hit 3 with that.
Oh, that's right.
Barach Vergara Lancia in I believe that was Vergara's first day here in 2023. He's now got 4 home runs on the year as Carpenter takes a big cut, sends it foul to play.
I was thinking back to that modified doubleheader with the Glacier Pilots back in mid-June on the 21st.
Foul ball brought to you by
Hannes hit 1 in game 1. And then obviously Whitney went yard here in game 2. And since then, the Miners, theoretically said, hold my beer, and hit 2 themselves. The 2-1 hangs up and out of the zone. It's 3-1. Brandon, it's got to be one heck of a clubhouse atmosphere when you guys get back in Palmer after this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the ball flying, too. Credit, we had a lot of barrels going into today, too, but with now the air getting warm, the balls are flying.
Carpenter sends one a mile high to right center field, leading Asia, and a bunch of players, and eventually Kelly, the center fielder, makes the grab. That had chaos written all over it. But alas, it is the 3rd out of the inning. So Matsu puts 2 more on the board with an Alex Vergara 2-run smash deep in left field, his 4th homer of the season. And after 5.5, Matsu leads it 9-2. We thank Brandon Towner for your time on the mic once again. Larry Westall back in the bump when we return to the bottom of the 6th. We've hit the bottom half of the 6th inning here at Lee Jordan Field in Chugiak, Alaska. Larry Westall in for a 2nd inning of relief work. Set to face 4, 5, and 6, and Will Hoyt, Whitney, Matheson in the Chinooks order. And to my left is Jesse Cook, and you know what? We're bringing on Brandon Downer once again for the bottom half of this inning. Brandon, what are you looking to see out of Larry Westall, the sidearmer here this inning?
Right here, I mean, we got 2 runs. You need to attack, get that offense back out there. They're hot. Let's get them keep swinging.
9-2 the lead for Matsu in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to the lefty. Will Hoyt is called a strike on the outside corner. Matsu up 9-2, leading the hit column as well, 9-2. And Westall has to readjust that chain of his.
2nd time today. Are you a big jewelry guy?
Yeah, I have my one little gold chain, I guess, but I never heard of this rule that you gotta tuck it in now. I guess that might be a new rule I gotta read into.
The Owen floats outside of it. Do you dangle your chain outside your jersey when you pitch?
It does what it wants. Sometimes it comes out. I just let it go by the flow based on my movements.
So 1-1, a swung on smack to second base. Slow roller. Thurston is there, and he fires on a first in plenty of time for out number 1. And so to answer a previous question that I raised what seems like about an hour ago, Nolan Tucker is in fact the designated hitter replacing Maddox Haley, with Thurston still there at second base, Hannah still at 3rd. So Tucker replaces him in the 5-hole at the designated hitter spot. Westall, another hit to second base. This time Thurston can't quite snag it on the backhand, and John Whitney is aboard with an infield hit.
Looks like they just ruled that an error. Official score put up a 1 in the E column.
Big cars guy.
What's your walk-up song? You sung her out to the hill at Cal Baptist.
Cal Baptist this year, it was, what was it? War Pigs by Black Sabbath.
Hardcore.
I'm a big rock guy. The year before that, it was For Those About to Rock, AC/DC.
There you go.
I'm a rock guy. I need.
Ever switch it to like Arena Rock, some Van Halen in there?
Probably not. This next year, I'll probably go. I think I'm doing Led Zeppelin this next year.
Ooh.
Oh, what song you think?
I'm not quite sure.
Matheson rockets one to the right center field gap. That's to the wall. Runner Wilwoods being rounded for home plate. He scores standing up, and Ryan Matheson has a stand-up RBI double to cut the lead to 9-3.
You mentioned earlier the necessity of some pitchers to throw on back-to-back days. Well, that's what Larry's doing, and it's the second time he's done that this season. How hard is that?
Oh, it's really hard if your body's not in shape. I mean, I'm not saying Larry's not in shape, but like just your arm has to do it a couple of times before it starts feeling good. I mean, it's just the whole process of warming up, before the game, getting your body feeling, playing catch, then warming up on the bullpen mound, then coming out here, getting your 8 pitches up there before you're finally throwing in the game. So I mean, it's really hard at first until your arm gets used to it.
The 0-1 to Rover swung on and hit out of play. It's 0-2. To left-hand hitting shortstop, who is 0 for 1 on game 2 today with a walk and a ground out. Would you say that you are, as the 0-2 is swung on and belted into left field? Vergara is there and makes the lunging grab in left field for out number 2. Another nice play for Alex. Would you say that you are in better or worse shape than you are during your college season?
I'll say right now, arm-wise, I'll say I'm a little better shape only because in college season I was reliever.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, like my last night, I got 90 pitches. I haven't, in season when I got the 50 mark, I was kind of getting tired out only because I was reliever having to do these back-to-backs, throw 2-3 times in a week.
Yeah.
It's a different, but it's two different, in shapes being a reliever and a starter, I should say.
Gotcha. Tieback swings and misses on that one. So what is it with Ethan like? How he's now made 2 starts as the 0-1 is a big hot and miss in the turf for strike 2. What is it with him and his approach?
I think his approach is that he's just a baller. I mean, he's going to go up there. He's going to fill up the zone. He's going to he gets a base hit. I swear, he's the guy. Next pitch is always a double play. I've seen more double plays out of Ethan Mike than any other pitcher. I feel like on our staff, but he just fills up the zone, gets his early contact, and does what he does best.
That's interesting. So would you say that pitching for double plays is actually a skill? It's a mindset, mental toughness.
I would say it's only a skill based on how your stuff plays. Has all that sink, good change-up slider, so he's going to generate a lot of ground balls as it is on a daily basis.
Likes a fiery attitude. Would you say pitchers or hitters are funnier?
All pitchers for sure are funnier. I mean, especially we have less stuff to do, I guess, to get ready for a game. I mean, so we have more downtime because hitters gotta go hit in the cage, hit BP. We just throw, play catch, and we just joke around.
Dribbler down the first base line. Vest tags him on the base path for out number 3. That retires the side. So Chugiak scores once more, but it's still a 6-run lead for the visitors. After 6 full innings, it's 9-3. We head to the final frame here in Chugiak, the 14th of today. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Top of the 7th here, Landon Rogers is pinch hitting for Matt Sue. So Nolan Tucker pinch ran for Maddox Haley, and now Landon Rogers is pinch hitting for Tucker in the designated hitter spot. The new pitcher, by the way, is Kevin Duran, who is a true position player pitching. He's a utility guy. His first pitch is a fastball that rings the top of the zone for strike one. Not only has Duran not pitched this season in the ABL, he did not pitch at all at Weatherford College this past year. The 0-1. Fastball, outside ball.
He's got some good heat on it. That was 81 miles per hour.
Definitely looks like an athlete. Landon, by the way, his dad is here in attendance. Flew all the way from Florida. This is the final game he'll be at this summer. Landon slices one to the right center field. Yeah, that is down for a base hit. It's to the wall. Landon is rounding second base, heading for 3. Will he get there? Yes, he will. A sliding triple for Landon Rogers. What a feeling.
Landon had not recorded a hit in multiple games, and there you go, pinch hit late in the game. You've got a big lead, maybe you felt more comfortable, but that is a sweet swing for him, and it's got to feel so good to be back in your groove.
Landon was 0 for his last 17 before notching his second triple of the season right there against Kevin Durant. So here comes Brandon Rogers, the right-hand batter. The catcher stares at a ball up and out of the zone. And Landon's dad said that he flew from Pensacola to Dallas and then had a 7-hour flight from Dallas to Anchorage to get here, as that ball is up and in again, 2-0.
It's a long way. Florida to Alaska is the longest distance in America.
The 2-0 is called a strike on the inner half of the plate. That's right. That is something. Yeah, probably the only one that could rival that is Maine to Hawaii, but how many airports are in the state of Maine?
Yeah, I guess that probably actually is the longest. Because Hawaii's way further out.
Huh.
I mean, Hawaii's like a 6-hour flight from California, and Maine to California is about 6 hours, I guess.
All right, Brandon Downer, notable geography expert, as Rogers slices one to shortstop. The runner, Landon Rogers, comes home as Braden Rogers. I got my Rogers mixed up right there, scores. So it's a 10-3 game after Braden knocks in Landon. As we were saying, though, notable geography expert, Brandon Downer, what do you have to offer?
He's back.
He's back, folks.
Maybe Maine to Hawaii.
Oh, you never know what you're going to hear at a ballpark. First pitch to Tomlin is drilled to right center field. That's a base hit. Tomlin, round second base, he's shooting for 3 as well. And Tomlin is in, standing up, looking back as he does so. Welcome back to the bats, Sebastian Tomlin. Have a day. He's got a double, a home run, and a triple today. And let's see if he also has a single. No, he doesn't. Oh, that's
yeah, he had only singles entering today. I mean, that double came the first leg of this doubleheader, but get him up 2 more times. It's the last inning. Just bat around twice. Get him up. He'll get it.
That's possible how hot these bats are right now.
There you go.
And Kevin Duran, a position player pitching, and Alex Thurston takes a called strike. I mean, Brandon, you know better than anybody. How big of an actual difference is there when a position player pitches?
Oh, it's completely different. I mean, you go out there as a hitter, not afraid of any good off-speed pitch.
Thurston sends one a mile high towards the Miners bullpen. It's dropped.
Northwest Carpet Company.
Right?
Oh, he did
Tried to catch that.
Tried to, but he missed. That's another difference between pitchers and hitters. Hitters can field.
There you go.
If you're out there, you're making that grab, aren't you?
Oh, I'm making that grab. No-fly zone for sure.
Glove, no glove?
Glove.
Okay.
Protect the hand.
The 0-2 to Thurston, and he fouls it off, spoils it. That actually looked like a breaking ball there from Durant.
A little spinner.
I mean, a lot of these guys used to pitch in high school, so they got the makings for it.
Brandon, what do you think of the term sweeper? Because Jesse loves the term.
No, it's not a pitch.
Thurston batters one to second base on the line out. Leonasia is there for out number 2.
I agree with Jesse. It's not a pitch. I mean, it's just a slider.
Exactly.
I don't know where it came from, to be honest. I'm a pitcher, but I don't like pitching.
I mean, it was made up this season. You never heard of it before March.
Exactly. I mean, all of a sudden it's an Arsenal pitch. It's a slider.
It's just a good slider.
Exactly. It's what a slider's supposed to do. If you look at the definition of a slider.
Duran gets a friendly called strike right there, lone outside.
You got an anti-sweeper booth.
I like the term. I don't see anything wrong
But
with
you're
it.
wrong. You don't like it. You should.
The 0-1 curveball hangs up. Hit out to right field softly, and Broom is there for out number 3. And so the position player, Duran, he allows just 1 earned run. He did get battered a little bit there, but that's the end of the top of the 7th. And here comes Mario Bejarano in the pitch
All right, ladies and
for the
gentlemen,
potential last 3 outs of the game. We'll be back, and you know what? We'll probably bring Brandon on back for the bottom of the 7th. Why not? We'll be back soon. The fun rolls along here at Lee Jordan Field in Chugiak, Alaska. I'm Austin Barach, joined by Jesse Cook and Brandon Downer. Why not at a 4th set of innings for you here in the broadcast booth? Matsu up 10-3 in the bottom of the 7th. Mario Bejarano is the new pitcher for Matsu. He has had 9 appearances so far this season with a 5.85 ERA, a 2.19 WHIP. He's 0-2, but he's pitched well recently. Went 2 innings against the Pilots on Tuesday, allowing 0 earned runs, just 3 hits. First batter is Broom. He lays down a bunt. Mario fields it, throws on first base wide. The throw gets past Cooper Vest into right field. Carpenter scoops it up in the dugout, and Brandon Broom scampers all the way to third base on that throwing error.
That's the second 3-base error that we've seen from a non-Matsu team in the last 2 days.
Brandon, how would you assess your ability to field bunts?
I'm an athlete.
You're an athlete. Athlete first, pitcher second?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So here's the top of the order. Michael Kelly, the lefty, takes ball 1 lone outside. He's walked, singled, and grounded out in game 2 today. All right, second pitch is cranked through the hole on the right side of the field. Broom scores from third base. Kelly has an RBI single. It's 10-4.
So how do you feel about this in the rules where That run is unearned for Mario because the runner boarded on a throwing error from the pitcher. That's an unearned run, even though it was a mistake by the pitcher. Do you feel that it should be earned if the guy throwing the pitches makes a mistake?
As a pitcher, I'll say, all right, that's a good cheap way to start getting yourself out of some get some unearned runs. That'll affect the ERA, but yeah, to your point though, I think it's kind of stupid. I mean, you made the error. It's not like one of the other 8 guys out there did, so it should be an earned run because it was still your responsibility.
Swing and miss to Ryan Callahan. So you're saying, all right, bases loaded, tie game as Mario's 0-1 is left up high. Bases loaded, tie game, and it's a bunt, and you field it, and you're like, let me throw it away. Hey, Ty, the ERA still looks good. That's why I did that. Is that what you're doing?
No, I mean, at that point, I'll get the out. I mean,
Okay.
I'm getting the out. It's just, there's no way around it. I'm getting the out. But, I mean, just keep it in the back of your pocket, maybe pick off a temp, throw it over the fence or something.
The 1-1, swing and miss, low inside. Your fielding percentage this season was 100%. 0 errors committed at Cal Baptist. How about that?
Oh, yeah.
Was anything ever hit back to you?
Oh, I think it was mostly because there's a lot of balls hit at me at over 100 miles an hour that hit my body instead of my glove, so you can't technically count those as errors.
Yeah.
That's gonna hurt.
Number 1, Ryan Leangio.
Bejarano just struck out Ryan Callahan on a sweeper low inside.
It's just not a pitch. That's not the name of a pitch.
Here's Lean Asia from the right side. He is 0 for 3 in game 2.
Define the sweeper to me.
A pitch that sweeps.
That's not good enough.
Is it cleaning? How's it sweeping?
Wow, funny guy over here, Brandon Downer. That one is low and actually hits Lean Asia around the foot area. So 2 runners on here for Chugiak in the bottom of the 7th. Let's see, what would I define a sweeper as?
Nothing. It is a made-up word, a made-up pitch that does not exist.
A pitch that swoops from one side of the field of the batter's eye to the other side.
So slider.
That's curveball goes up and down, slider goes left to right or right to left.
It's just a more fun way to say slider.
But it's incorrect.
It's a slider.
It's like calling driving pedaling.
The 0-0 to Will Hoyt is sent in for a strike right down the middle.
I mean, when you're running, you are moving on the ground. It's not walking.
The 0-1, check this swing, runs
That was
outside.
a good pitch.
I can't really operate in the world of analogies, Jesse, especially false analogies like you're bringing up.
I only operate in the field of false things and made-up stuff.
1-1 runs in, nearly back-to-back 8 batters, but Will Hoyt dances out of the way. 2-1 to count.
I prefer to live outside of reality. I find that's more pleasant.
Has that been pleasant for you?
Oh, I'm never in reality. Where are we?
Lee Jordan Field, Chugiak, Alaska. That one bounces in the turf. Brandon Rogers
Beautiful
finds it.
Alaska.
Hey, those rolling mountains don't even feel real.
They're CGI, actually.
AI generated.
Actually, so is Austin.
Yikes.
Yeah, they're actually, because in the wintertime, there's so much darkness, they're really good at CGI because they have nothing else to do.
The 3-1 is call a ball outside. So you're saying that Alaskans have so much downtime during the summer that they spend the winter months building great CGI for the summer months?
Correct. I mean, it's only bright 5 hours in the wintertime, so I mean, there's 19 hours of dark. I mean, you gotta find something to do. You're not going outside.
That's a good point.
First pitch to Whitney with the bases loaded is a swing to the backstop. How would you compare and contrast the geography, the physical geography of California and Alaska?
Oh, Alaska is way better 100%
Wow.
than California. I mean, there's not much of what's this color out here, green in California, where I'm from, because it's probably on fire if it did just turned green. So I mean,
Oh no.
yeah.
The 0-2 pitch sweeps in. Pitter patter to first base. Vest steps to the back, throws to second base. For and out there as well. The first base umpire calls it foul. So everybody go back to their respective bags. We'll do this all over again.
It's an awfully late time to call it foul after both outs have been made. I mean, he didn't signal when Vest made the play. Tyler runs out there to talk about it because rightfully, you got to say that it's fair or foul immediately.
What's that? What's the expression? Welcome to the ump show. What's the expression?
Well, you hope that the umpires don't decide anything. Now they're talking to each other. I don't know what the base or home umpire is going to
I
do
don't
about that.
understand sometimes when they talk to each other like this is
What are they talking
like,
about?
what are you talking about? Because the guy from second base isn't going to call him, reverse the call.
Right.
So, I mean, let's just speed this, especially as a pitcher, like, let's just speed this up. You guys aren't going to reverse it. Like, let's hurry this up.
Bases are loaded. Should Whitney hit his second home run of the day, it would make it a 2-run game here at the bottom of the 7th. The pitch dips low, inches below the knees. It's a 1-2 count to Whitney.
I'm saying he hits an actual double play now.
Okay. Really, infield is in double play depth there.
He's going to hit his second off this slider right now. We're going to turn it.
Here we go. Bejarano's pitch.
Slider off.
Towards first base. Vest fields it. Throw to second base. That's 1 out, and that's all they will get. A run scores from third base. And with 2 away, it's a 5-run game for Ryan Matheson.
Next at bat for your Chinooks.
I mean, it sounds weird to say that Matson is not out of the woods yet. Yes, there are 2 outs, but the tying run is in the hole for Chugiak.
It's true. Will Rizzo was the starter today in Game 2, went 4 1/3, allowing just 2 earned runs. Nate Riddle on the other side went 4 2/3 as Matheson swings 1 up and out of play. Riddle in his 4 2/3 allowed 4 hits, 2 runs, none of them earned. Did strike out 3 batters to 1 walk. In Game 1, Ethan Lyke went the complete 7 innings, allowing just 2 runs. He's been superb as always. The 0-1 to Matheson dips low in the turf ball 1.
By the way, this is a game that Matson needs because Anchorage, with whom they were tied at the beginning of the day for first place, the Glacier Pilots are going to beat the Chinooks, beat the Oilers 14-5 today.
That's right, keeping pace with first place as Matheson has a large swing and a miss.
If Matsu wins this game, they'll be in first. The Glacier Pilots will be a half game back, and the Bucks will be a game out of first.
Let's go.
All right, here we go then. Runners to the corner, 2 outs, 1 pitch away. The 1-2 misses inside just barely.
Ooh, that was a good located fastball right there.
Bejarano has to take a moment to recenter himself, working out of the stretch. The 2-2, swing and a miss, he got him. That's the ball game, folks. The Miners take it 10-5 behind 2 monster home runs from Sebastian Tomlin and Alex Vergara. They storm back with a 7-run 5th inning and take it 10-5. And the magic number is now 1 for Matsu. They can clinch that with a Chinooks loss tomorrow or by beating the Chinooks right back here on Monday.
Tomorrow for our next game.
Great stuff for Matsu, and keep on that magic number is to make the playoff. First place is a whole different animal when you consider that the Oilers are still in the race and the Glacier Pilots and the Bucks will both meet with the Miners multiple times in the coming week. But great stuff for Matsu in the most powerful day of the year. Matsu with a home run in Game 1, and then the showing of it with Vergara and Tomlin in Game 2, almost Carpenter, if it weren't for the great play by Braden Broom out in right field.
The Miners have now won 5 straight games against the Chinooks. We also thank Brandon Downer for joining us once again.
Thank you for having me. It was always a pleasure to talk with you guys.
Thanks for spending
Same for
these
you, Brandon.
14 innings with us, Brandon. So Matsu is now 7-2 against Chugiak this season and can improve to 8-2 on Monday. Off day tomorrow. But it was a productive day for Matsu to say the least. The bats got hot, the pitching was strong, and overall a lot to be positive about. And the Miners will undoubtedly enjoy the trip back to Palmer.
Absolutely. No game tomorrow. That'll feel good for a team that is still relatively banged up. And Chugiak is a nice ballpark at which to play, so coming back on Monday for the last regular season meeting between these two squads will probably feel pretty good for these guys. They know they can win here. They've won 4 of the 5 meetings here, including Game 1 today, which was supposed to be a Matsu home game earlier this week. But the Miners have been really good on the road, especially at Chugiak, and with all the games counting just a little bit more in these last week and a half, it's going to be fun.
That's right, and it was certainly fun today. Matsu wins at 8-2 in Game 1 and 10-5 in Game 2. Thanks for staying with us in this doubleheader with Jesse Cook. I'm Austin Barach saying thanks so much and enjoy the rest of your day.